I'm live. Let me just quickly update chat because for some reason that becomes a problem every time in terms of showing up on stream and whatnot. How's everyone doing today? Should be working now, but let me test. Oh, nope, never mind. I don't have to send a test. Hello, Snovan, how are you? Hi, Ishtar. Oh no, Ishtar! Shit, I'm gonna get adapted. I'm gonna get hit with an adept L Thunder. Good morning, Pete's Shandy Gull. Or evening. Hello, Ian, how are you? Selif or Celis? We haven't gotten to Gen 2, so I don't know, actually. We're in Chapter 2 right now, so I guess we'll find out in Chapter 3 when they talk about the birthday. But we just had probably the luckiest first castle ever. I didn't run into a single great shield. So, no big shields. We ended the last stream doing a unit review for Lewyn and Sylvia. And so I'll just immediately start out by, because we're only on turn 12, so I think we're well in line to get the bargain band. Adept, please? Yes, Lewyn. Okay, and then we'll dance him to push him forward. The peak of Fire Emblem back in session. I don't know if I would personally call FE4 the peak of Fire Emblem. It's actually, to me, on the lower end. I just don't love the, like, the Kaga blocks, you know, just the same enemy over and over moment. But, it is fun. It's fun to get back to, because I haven't done FE4 in a while, right? It's one of those, like, I missed you. Honestly, the stream is just making me more, like, wish that there would ever be an FE4 remake, because a lot of the core mechanics are really cool, and I think hopefully a remake would fix, like, you know, the enemy formations kind of being boring, maybe. Have you ever played the Fire Emblem 4 for the Game Boy Advance? I have not. The only GBA adaptation I have played is Sacred Echoes. I didn't care for it, as I've said, but I did play it. So we're supposed to be doing Lex Ayra, but they're sort of really separated. We can at least do Midir Edain, because I don't think Midir is going to be too useful in this next portion. We've done really the only thing that we needed to go fast for, right? So I think what we can do... Oh, we get the Brave Lance, right? We have the Brave Lance talk available now, right? So, is it Quan talks to Finn or Finn talks to Quan? Quan talks to Finn, okay. So if we put you here, Finn here, and then let Quan talk to him? Let's have Edain heal up Quan first. These Lantanites have really peculiar AI. That's how the Christmas solo got game overed. Is their AI confused me, and then they seized the castle. They killed Arden and seized the castle. Alright, it's that patch of grass. FE4 is my favorite video game of all time. It has its issues. I mean, in fairness, all video games have issues, right? Like, I think what we do, actually, we talk so that Finn can get the Brave Lance and equip it for enemy phase. If they attack, because I don't know if they'll attack or not, because their AI is so bad. Finn, these Augustrians are proving to be far worthier opponents than the thugs of Edain, wouldn't you say? For stronger enemies, what could be more fitting than a stronger weapon? Let's see how you fare with this. Is that, Brave Lance? Are you sure you want to entrust me with such a rarity? Of course. You are House Leoncer's most promising young knight. You are our future, and I'd sooner seen you live this day. Arming you properly is the best I can do to help for now. So yes, please take this spear. What an honor, my lord. Thank you. So this is our first brave weapon. As you can see, just comparing it to, like, steel, it has 1 less might, equal weight, and it's brave. So it's kind of fucked up. It's kind of fucked up. One of the cool things about Finn is that he's one of the few units who actually, like, wants to use the Brave Lance. The Christmas Cavaliers can use it after promotion, although hilariously they never get A rank swords. But Eren and Finn and Quan, you know, if you're based, are kind of the only, like, real Brave Lance users. Mostly because the Brave Sword is, like, so much better. You've been streaming so much, it's negating my Audible subscription. Oh no, I'm sorry, question mark? I don't know if I should be sorry or not. Should I decrease the font size? I feel like the font size is too big for chat. I can only see, like, 1.5 messages at a time. The font size was bigger because of Mario Kart World, but let's move it down to that. It's gonna clear all of your messages, but now more will fit. Oh, Finn just killed. He did a murder. Alright, showtime. You know the drill. Surrender ain't an option. Let's show them how real men fight. Yes, real men fight by moving 2 tiles. The fucking Kaga block. Res. Yo, that'll actually be good because Finn's in Gen 2, and Gen 2 is where Res, like, actually becomes a huge deal. It's already pretty good in Gen 1, but Gen 2 is where you're, like, tons of status stabs, tons of meteors stuff. Although I don't think his Res will ever be high enough to be relevant. The thing about Res in FE4 is it feels a lot like HP in other games, where it's good in theory, but in practice, a single point doesn't make a huge difference. Oh, that must be Augusti Castle. I'd say we're due for a break. Hopefully we'll be able to find a lead on Prince Lewyn's whereabouts in town. I always pass the Brave Lance to Fee. It's so nice to have. It helps the Pegasus's combat a lot. I forget what pairings we have. Actually, did I put them in the description? Let me check. Are my pairings in the description, or I forgot to do that? Okay, hold on. Okay, pairings right now. You can pay me to change them. Ask a price. I'm adding these to the description. Okay, so we have Edain X Midir voted by chat. Ayra X Lex voted by chat. Who's the next girl after Edain? Oh, is it Lachesis? Was Lachesis the next girl? Substitutes for Lachesis. Paid for All right, and then with Sylvia, substitutes for Sylvia as well, right? Yeah, substitutes for Sylvia. And that was voted. Voted by chat. And then after Sylvia is Aaron. Aaron X. I don't actually remember. Who won for Aaron? Was it Claude? Yeah, Claude. Claude. Voted by chat. And Lewyn X Tailtu. Voted by chat. Bridid X. Does anyone remember who the Bridid vote was for, or do I have to look through my community tab for that? I think I have to look through my community tab. Bridid X. Okay, I gotta scroll through all the votes. Do won that one, okay. Chat, I'm not gonna lie, y'all gave me the most basic bitch pairings ever. I don't hate it, because a lot of them are, like, basic because they're good. Okay, I've added the updated pairings. Gotta get Charlo because he has the Berserk Staff. I mean, I do think that's the best, like, option for that pairing, but it doesn't make it any less basic. Do you double with the Jav? So, Jav is 18 weight, so you have -3 speed. Iron Lance is 12 weight, so you have -3 speed. Oh, that's so sad. Just barely doesn't double. Okay. I think what we do... I want to start getting kills. Someone paid for the Lachesis subs. Yeah, so they actually didn't ask me for a price. That's why I have, like, the note, like, hey, ask me. But someone donated $100 for the Lachesis subs, so I was like, you know, that's a lot of money. So I'm gonna honor it, but in the future, if anyone wants, like, an extra pairing, I'm willing to be bribed. I'm not above that, but also I want to be, like, asked for an appropriate bribe, because I do think that, especially if it's a pairing that interferes with 2, like, if someone wants to do Lewyn X Aaron, that interferes with 2 pairings chat voted for, so that would be, like, more expensive. Or if someone wanted to do, like, Do X Ayra, you know, like, they're separating a husband and a wife. Alright, Alec. Slim Sword this bitch. Good evening, Frey. How are you? Tristan Enjoyer. What's Tristan's substitute secret event? Is Tristan's the one where you need Rotobahn as well? I think it's Tristan X Rotobahn, right? You don't get we won't get an event because we don't have Rotobahn unless someone pays for Rotobahn. Now that Finn has the Brave Lance, I think we can send him through the arena as well. Because we got him to, like, floor 6, yeah. I say floor as if it's like a fucking roguelike. They both have to be below level 10. Oh, right, and it's in chapter 7 too, right? So you have to, like, sandbag them in chapter 6 or else you just don't get it. I'm keeping Lachesis over here because I don't want the green units to suicide. This next squad can actually be kind of difficult. This is the first time you fight mostly sword enemies. And so even though they don't all have Pursuit, it's just Beowulf and the boss, I believe, also has Pursuit. No, the boss has Adept. But even though they don't all have pursuit, because they're difficult to double, they can be pretty hard, and if you push forward, you end up accidentally pulling the knights and the free knights at the same time. It can be kind of tricky. Unfortunately, no dancing. How does Sylvia do here? Not great? I mean, I think we might as well, right? Adept is a class skill on the boss, yeah. How many of y'all, okay, genuine question. Have you heard that music before, the Dancer Combat Unit? Have you heard that? Have you heard, before I played it, had you ever heard the Dancer Combat music from FE4? Because almost every game has Dancer Combat Unit music, and I feel like it's very rare to, like, actually hear it. A dancer that can fight and also refreshes 4 units, OP. I've heard it in the game once, base dancer combat. A lot of people are saying yes. Oh, is it like ballista dodging? It's probably like ballista dodging, isn't it? Look at how much fucking wiggle room we have for this village. That's actually kind of epic. Not gonna lie. Sylvia's got it all. Is this a remake? It is an updated translation patch, so it's not like a remake. But it is an updated translation patch, so which is why I said, you know, the translation got a remake, right? Algorithm moment. I guess, like, technically, by the Bear's strict definition, it is a remake of the translation patch, but it is not a remake of the game. Like, other than bug fixes, nothing mechanically changes. This is still the SNES game. I have it hooked up to my official Nintendo Famicom. Are you Beowulf? You are Beowulf. I think what we want to do... So I want to recruit Beowulf. Beowulf's recruitment is interesting because you have to pay him money, but he gets to keep that money. I'll talk about it in the unit review. But since you don't actually lose money, I think what you do is you just spend money from, like, a chump who doesn't use much money, right? Someone like Alec or Noish. I think we're probably gonna have Nisha do it. Oh, he can't reach. He doesn't have 10,000. I guess we'll have Alec do it then, yeah. Alec will be our Beowulf recruiter. I don't want to murder him. I think we use the forest as, like, our terrain to fight on. Like, welcome to the Spirit Forest. So to cut them off from being able to abuse Kanto. And Sylvia can... Let's actually take some terrain so we get even more avoid. Lex is a great bribery pick because he doesn't care much about money. He doesn't need to buy the Paragon Band. For a ranked run, yes, but in a casual run, I think, like, repairing the Brave Axe is pretty cool. The only weapon he needs is the Brave Axe, but it is an expensive weapon, right? So it's sort of like 50-50. I prefer the Christmas Cavaliers from a casual perspective simply because they have the movement to get to him, but they're not like good enough to be super high tier after you recruit him. I do think they're better than him just because they're around longer. But again, we'll talk about it when I unit review him. Enemy toggle range would go crazy. I would kill for that. I would murder like 7 babies to get enemy toggle range. Chat, how many babies would you kill for FE4 enemy toggle range? Are you gonna do the Lachesis grind in this part? If we finish the chapter, yes. None, because that sounds unethical. Are they evil babies? They can be if you want. Not as many murders as Sigurd does. Alright, we don't want Beowulf to suicide, but we are basically in, like, a good position. I think we just mend you up, and then canto away. Very Lopter-coded question. Listen. I may or may not have been sponsored by Big Arvis. This stream is brought to you by the Cult of Lopter. Are you looking for someone who can help you summon the Antichrist? Have I got the product for you? It's called selling your soul. This stream started at 20:08. Is that a, like, significant time threshold thing? I don't know enough about the Antichrist to know what that means. Make Augustria great again. The plot of this game is good baby versus evil baby. I mean, Seliph is the hydrogen baby, right? Because you just give him the full crit brave sword, and it becomes hydrogen baby versus coughing bomb. The coughing bomb is the Antichrist. Just making sure. Okay, we got everyone. Hydrogen Seliph versus the coughing Lopter. Are you training Do? Not so much training him as like using him to steal money. One thing that you can do that's kind of funny is you can have Do steal Beowulf's money and then have Do hire him with his own money. It's not optimal at all, but it's funny. Alright. So, I think we have Alec. Hire Beowulf. Hey, you wanna hire my blade? 10,000 gold, take it or leave it. Right, deal. You ain't gonna be disappointed. I like how the game just doesn't even give you an option. Oh wait, oh shit, Canto, right. Antisocial behavior. He can't canto after talking, I forgot. How many characters are in this game? So there's 2 generations, each of which has a distinct cast, but I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but thankfully we can count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is 4, 2, 3, 4, 5, 20, 22. It's 22 per generation. Beo just yoinking the 10,000 gold. Yeah, I joked about Do, but maybe Beowulf's the thief. Okay, so we attack first, and then we talk on Canto. You're missing the 2 at the top. Oh, right, it's 24. What is Finn's combat like against this guy? With the Brave Lance, 15. Alright, let's do this. Jab him. You seem like decent folk, but a job's a job. Too bad. Five times 4 plus 2. You are right, I am wrong. Wait, so is it 22 or 24? I think I did miss 2. I think you're right, I did miss 2. What do you draw? Paragon, right. I do want that on Finn. Okay, Finn has 12 weight, so 5 AS, 6 weight. Yeah, he's not doubling shit. Okay, we can do 10 here, knocks him down to 33. What was Finn's combat like again? 15 times 2 is 30. Okay, Sigurd can set up for Finn. Can Sigurd double waltz? Not with the javelin. Not with the javelin. And I don't like attacking waltz from one range, because you can potentially put yourself in a situation where you get adepted. So, like, unless you're killing, I don't like attacking him from one range because of the adepts. This can't be! You got me! Fire Emblem is kind of like Macbeth. You don't know how right you are with that statement. The current villain we're fighting is quite literally Macbeth. But we should probably talk about Beowulf, shouldn't we? So, Beowulf is really interesting, and I think he's sort of the perfect example of why looking at units in a vacuum doesn't necessarily give, like, the full picture, and isn't the best way to evaluate them. So, on paper, Beowulf has everything that you need to be a good unit in Fire Emblem 4. He's on a horse with 8 movement. He has B-rank swords, which is high enough for the Brave Sword. He has Pursuit, so he can double things. He has Onslaught, which is just an extra damage skill. It's basically a reliability buffer, because if he gets an extra round of combat, he can do extra damage. So he can hit people a lot of times, because Onslaught will, like, trigger more because his AS is higher because he uses swords. And his stats are also pretty decent. 14 strength, 11 skill, 11 speed, 3 luck, 10 defense, 0 res, but that's not abnormal for Generation 1 especially. Nobody can really kill mages. So on paper, he seems like he'll be really, really good. He even starts with an extra 10,000 gold. You have to pay him 10,000 gold from someone else. And normally when units cost money, I do penalize them for that. But in Beowulf's case, I don't. I actually reward him for it because of the way that Fire Emblem 4's gold system works. You aren't actually losing any resources. Instead, the resources are getting funneled into him. So he automatically gets sort of that extra bit of favoritism where whoever you don't like, whoever you think is smelly, like we did with Alec, gets to give Beowulf all their money. And Beowulf becomes the Omega Chad while whoever else they is poor, right? So then he can buy stuff like the Paragon Band, like the Brave Sword. His stats are also pretty decent, especially compared to the scrubs that start near him. It's kind of like the meme of like identify the recruitable unit. Like look at just how much worse the other Free Knights are. So Beowulf should in theory be a very good unit, but he ultimately just kind of feels middling. He joins late enough in chapter 2 that like the time and place for a filler unit like Beowulf has kind of passed. The filler that the Christmas Cavaliers provide, I actually find much more valuable because that's the point where like you're getting kills on your strong weapons, you're still training Finn up, you're still potentially training other projects, which would include the Christmas Cavaliers. Meanwhile, when Beowulf joins, he actually has worse stats than my trained Christmas Cavalier, doesn't he? Yeah, he has slightly worse stats than my trained Alec, and Alec is thought of as being not a particularly good unit. Alec is thought of as being held back by his lackluster stats, but this Alec is just better than Beowulf statistically. It's not a blessed Alec either. This is like, I'm not playing on an average growth patch, but just to give you the example, Nisha also probably worse than Beowulf, I would say, at this point, but I haven't been training him, right? The fact that he's close enough like that speaks volumes to just how kind of mediocre Beowulf's stats are at join, and his growths aren't terribly impressive either. Like, they're not bad. If you use him, he'll be good. But the Christmas Cavaliers get lances, which are usually worse than swords, but just having Jav access, having the ability to use an Iron Lance for extra damage is nice, even if you do get weighed down and not double. Like, oftentimes, what do we got right now? We got 3, 8. So, he's doubling these sword enemies, which is nice. But when you face faster enemies, like in chapter 4, there's the Wind Mages and the Myrmidons and stuff, Beowulf can struggle to double. And if he's not doubling, he's not really dealing that much damage. I think that when you get him, I prefer him over the Christmas Cavaliers. But I also feel like there's less call for his sort of jobber status at this point in the game. He struggles to double a bunch of enemies for me. He never shines like early game Alec. Yeah, early game Alec is fighting axe enemies. So Alec doubles everything for the first 2 chapters of his career. And sure, in chapter 3, in chapter 4, in chapter 5, Alec is going to be slightly worse than Beowulf, but both of them are going to be significantly worse than Sigurd. There's no point in the game where Beowulf is only slightly worse than the better option. I would say Nisha and Alec are slightly worse than Sigurd at base. It's just Sigurd snowballs so much harder and the gap gets longer and longer. Like Sigurd 1-round stuff, whereas Alec and Nisha have to team up to 1 round. But now Sigurd 1-rounds with suboptimal weapons. Sigurd 1-rounds with the javelin. Sigurd 1-rounds with, fucking, like, ridiculous, like, I mean, the javelin's the big one, because that's what I want to feed kills to. But Sigurd will run around with, like, the weapons that are not premier weapons, which sort of reaches Beowulf's other problems. Being able to only use swords means the only brave weapon he gets access to is the Brave Sword. The Brave Sword is the best brave weapon in the game, probably the best weapon in the game, but it's highly contested. Everyone and their mother wants the Brave Sword, and so being able to, on promotion, use the Brave Lance is a genuine boon for the Christmas Cavaliers. They have C Lances unpromoted, but they get double B swords and B Lances once they promote. And so, if you are relying on the Brave Sword, but you decide like, well, I think I'll give the Brave Sword to Sigurd because he uses it better, Beowulf just kind of doesn't get a Brave weapon, which kind of sucks for him. Definitely not a bad unit. He does have a few cool things going for him, but very limited. No Jav moment. Yeah, not being able to use Jav kind of sucks. FE4 is not a good game to be on foot. That is an advantage he has. Like, I would say he's better than all the infantry units. Just like offhand, I would say that's probably the case. I would have to consult. I am working on a tier list right now, so these unit reviews are not exactly like the end all be all, just sort of my quick thoughts, but instinctively I would say he's probably the weakest of the Cavaliers, aside from maybe Midir. Midir can struggle as like just being bow locked lol. But instinctively Beowulf feels pretty weak and better than all the infantry, but that's just like FE4 in a nutshell. I'm just making a marker here because I will be doing a unit review compilation at the end of this. Can we promote Azel? Is this your king? Is this your king? Where is your god now? Can we adept or critical? We did not. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Azel is just a silly little guy whose bro did nothing wrong. The discourse. Azel's a good boy. All he needs to be is that. No bargain band? We got the bargain band. I'm just not collecting it yet because, I'm not giving it to Lewyn. I don't think Lewyn's, like, the best bargain band user. Just because foot unit lol. And also he gets money pretty easily. Okay, so we have you who we can kill. How does Lex do here? That's 22. If he hits both of these, he kills, but like Axe's moment. Yeah, Axe's moment. At least he's bulky as shit. I usually do the bargain man on Lachesis. She has a lot of expenses. Yeah, I think she's probably the best user of it. The game shuffles you, rush hours you money, you can shuffle the rings a lot. Yes, but I think shuffling the bargain ring is distinctively a bad idea because the purpose of the bargain ring is to save you money, right? And so... Can we... I want to start getting light brand kills too. If we do this, then we can canto down to here. Okay, let's light brand here. If you're purchasing... Oh, sibling crit! If you're purchasing the light brand, you're not... Or the bargain ring, you're not saving money. People always talk about Lewyn as though he joins with Forseti instead of just getting it basically at the end of the gen. Oh, I don't think that he gets money because of Forseti. If he joined with Forseti, I would give him the bargain band just for repairing Forseti purposes, right? Because I would want to... If he joined with Forseti, I would want to get as many kills on Forseti as possible, as quickly as possible. And so I would give him the bargain band in a heartbeat so that I could start feeding kills to Forseti, because getting critical on Forseti... like, yeah, Lewyn has critical innately, but you can start building extra crit with every kill, right? So getting critical on Forseti, by which I mean past critical, the overkill critical, would be really, really beneficial to Lewyn and whoever his son is. Unfortunately, because Lewyn does not start with Forseti, there's not really a good reason to give him bargain, because he makes plenty of money in the arena just from the fact that he has a good weapon type in Wind, or Elwind specifically, and he can, like, RNG his way out of fights that he's not suited for. Like, he can critical and adept his way to glory. Really the only thing he wants to purchase is the Pursuit Ring, which is expensive, but I don't think it's worth giving the Bargain Ring just for that. If he had Forseti to begin with, though, I think Bargain would be more appropriate, just because, like, repairing the Forsetti is expensive.
I don't get it. No matter how hard I train or how strong I get, I'm still the butt of every joke round here. Maybe if I were more like Alec with how he can attack twice, that'd be all I need to get a bit of respect, methinks. Maybe a cute lass while I'm at it. Oh, but I'm still me. Back to the old grind, I suppose. Hang on, what's this little ring? Oh, maybe there's one of those magical ones I keep hearing about. That'd be grand, wouldn't it? Let's try her on.
What that power I'm feeling? Is this what Alec feels like all the time? No power of pursuit? No more the power of pursuit? I don't know, y'all. I don't know, y'all. No more the power of pursuit. Cringe. Training Leaf is easy. All you need to do is Paragon Ring, Pursuit Ring, and Night Ring and Blade Sword on Ethlyn. You're so true. Not Pursuit out of 10. Literally unplayable. Again, like I've been saying, I know that this is technically more accurate, so like it's a little bit me being shitty, but I do prefer the old translation in some ways. Not all of them. I like the bug fixes. I like some of the naming. Like Onslaught's a badass fucking name. But maybe it's just because I'm used to the memes, but the power of Pursuit feels like a core part of Fire Emblem 4. And it makes me sad. I usually give Leaf the Armor Slayer. I think Light Brand Leaf is good, but then you do have to, like, give him the Light Brand, which can be a little obnoxious. I think Leaf is easier to train than some people make it out to be, but I also think, like, you gotta acknowledge he needs the favoritism. Personally, what I like doing is pass the return staff to Nana, which we don't have the option of because we're using Jean. But pass Nana the return staff and the return band, and send Leaf, Finn, and Nana back to the start of the map so they can get experience that way. They go to the home castle on turn 1, and then they just march forward with Selif's army. And, like, yeah, it means that Leaf no longer gets, like, the arc of killing all the knights for experience. But it opens him up to, like, other forms of babying and favoritism, which can be good. Done that return strat a couple of times. In 0%, I did not do the return strat, I don't think. I just abused, like, I grinded him a ton in 0%. Because I do think once Leaf promotes, he's one of the best units in Gen 2. It's just that he's harder to do the favoritism on than Selif, because I think at base he's worse, even if the payoff is better. Mounted Rescue. Of course, it does also mean that you kind of have to pass Rescue down through, like, Claude marriage, right? In order for Mounted Rescue to be at all useful. I have gotten good at feeding Leaf the armors by that chapter by letting the leader go back for more men. Yeah, you can sort of abuse it that way, which is pretty cool. Who carries Gen 2 in 0%? So the playthrough is actually on my channel, but the main carries were still Selif. Like, it turns out Brave Sword is just really good if you can crit, even with no stats. And a Lewyn Arthur because Forsetti, and Hawk because Hawk has really good stats to begin with. Nana cannot inherit Rescue even with Claude Daddy. No, I was saying to pass Rescue down to the cleric, the chapter 1 or the chapter 6 cleric, because you get rescue and then you sell it to Leaf. Leaf is the only mounted unit who can use A stabs. Because Troubadours only have C and Falconites only have C, and there's no, sons of Claude that can be on a horse. So when I say you have to do the rescue inheritance, it's specifically, you pass it down to the Chapter 6 cleric, Lana, right? And then... Okay, so we go here. You pass it to the Chapter 6 cleric, Lana, and then you sell it after Chapter 7 and buy it with Promoted Leaf. Lana can get it. Yeah, she is the only... Well, so you can also pass it down to any of Claude's male children, but Lana is the only, like, early joiner who can get it. And she does have to have Claude father. When does Generation 1 end? Each generation is 5 chapters, plus Gen 1 has prologue and Gen 2 has endgame. So they're both 6 maps long. So Gen 1 ends in Chapter 5, or at the end of Chapter 5, I guess, technically. Anyone full HP? No, they're all weakened. That's funny. Alright, we'll light brand you. The barbecue cookout. Hell yeah. Where does Lewyn rank without Forsetti? So I did a unit review of him at the end of the last stream, so if you want to hear like a more detailed breakdown, check it out there. But I still think his combat's quite good without Forsetti. It's just a matter of, like all foot units, getting to combat is hard. He has a pretty okay starting position here, but the irony is, like, because his starting position lets him fight the bandits pretty well, it means that he can't do the infantry thing of, like, preying on this castle as well, which is kind of sad and cringe. And because he kind of has to go back to Aaron Land, that can also be sad and cringe for him, because he sort of has to remove himself from the action and go to that castle far away. So, like, the one castle that I think infantry really excel in is this one, and Lewyn kind of has to sit it out, which is pretty sad. There's stuff for infantry to do in Chapter 3, though, which is cool for him, and his combat is a lot better than Azel's. So if you're gonna drag someone with infantry movement around, he's definitely not the worst option, but you're still dragging someone with infantry movement around, right? As reductive as it is, not having a horse is just a fucking death knell in this game. The more I learn about FE4's unit design, the more I expect I wouldn't like it. The sad thing is, not only are the infantry, like, really screwed over by the lack of movement, but they don't even get better combat to make up for it. Like, Ayra's combat, yeah, you can do funny Astra stuff, and she can use A-rank swords. But, like, she's surprisingly frail. Or maybe not surprisingly, but very sadly frail. So, like, I wouldn't even say, because the infantry defenders will say, like, well, sure, if you care about turns, but it's not even just turns, right? The movement and Canto combination lets you, like, do hit and run stuff. There's side objectives, but also so many cavalry just have, like, better or the same combat as infantry. Jamka, I think, is, like, the best example of people overhype his slight statistical advantage over Midir so much. He has like 2 to 3 points more in a couple of stats, and both of them are relying on proc skills to kill the enemy anyway. But everyone's like, Jamka has such better combat than Midir, and it's just like, it's because you leave the killer bow on him. Like, when I talk about Jamka Midir stuff, inevitably, every time I do that, I get comments about how, like, yeah, you could give the killer bow to Midir to make his chip better, but I'll leave it on Jamka because Jamka kills with it. And it's like, they both kill with it. They both kill with it if they get proc skills. And when they don't get proc skills, they don't kill with it, right? So, like, Jamka has a slightly higher chance of getting proc skills to kill stuff if he fucking makes it to the enemy, because he has adept. And then once you get Brave Bow, it doesn't matter, because Brave Bow and adepts cannot combine with each other. FEMS painted an infantry-only player of FE4. It's not impossible. I'm not saying it's impossible. I've beaten the first 3 chapters in infantry only. I was doing an infantry only let's play, but my co-host and I had a bit of a falling out, so I just sort of abandoned it. That's the thing about, like, when you talk about a unit being good or bad, the defense is almost always like, well, it's not impossible to use them, and like, yeah, it's not impossible. Nobody is saying it's impossible. But that doesn't mean that, like, some people aren't just better at accomplishing jobs than others. Brave is just 100% adept. Yeah, in this game, the Brave effect... The reason I say Brave doesn't stack with adept, in this game, the Brave effect just gives you a 100% adept chance. And I think a lot of people don't, I think a lot of people don't know that. In fact, I know a lot of people don't know that because it was one of the questions on my misinformation survey, and like 30% of people got it wrong. If you haven't already, I made a survey on misinformation in the Fire Emblem community, and I would love to hear from people because it is for a future video, and I only have like 500 responses. Maybe I'll post it on Reddit. I don't really use Reddit, though. I can beat Awakening with only joke weapons. I shouldn't do it, but it's possible. Yeah, I mean, like, that's what challenge runs are for, though, right? Like, these silly little challenge runs. I don't even necessarily think, like, you shouldn't. The challenge can be fun, right? You shouldn't use Reddit, it's unfun. Yeah, I have like a troll account. That was where the O'Doyle conspiracy came from. Is like, I have a troll account that I sometimes use to like troll Reddit, but I don't have like a real Reddit account, right? Speaking of only joke weapons, how do you get more joke weapons? I thought you could only get one of each. They're in sparkly tiles, or you can just modify the game to give yourself a bunch. Zetetic actually did a joke weapons only run. Fellow YouTuber Zetetic. Once I get to enemy phase, because enemy phase is long, I will link both that run and my misinformation survey. I just don't want to click away while we're doing stuff. Alright. Let me pull up... So this is the misinformation survey. And this is joke weapons only. And this is Finn killing stuff. The biggest Fire Emblem misinformation, Lyn isn't worse than Roy or Elliewood. She's fine, she's just made of glass. I mean, an opinion cannot be misinformation. That's one of the things that people failed to grasp on the survey. But it's also, I do not agree with the opinion that Lyn is good. I think being a frail unit in a game that really, really values defensive stuff is just a bad place to be. Does she not double? Oh, I just assumed because they're armor knights, but they're sword armors. This is what I'm talking about! Your speed is not as relevant as just the weapon type you use. It's wild, right? Lyn is the best lord because she's good against the enemies in her namesake route. I did basically solo Lyn mode in 0% with Lyn. Not entirely, but I was trying to feed her as much experience as possible. I got her to like chapter 19 or whatever, or level 19 or whatever. Geets ahoy. Indubitably. Midir, you're really not showing off. You're really not showing off your powerhouse stats. Midir moment. Okay, we can kill you. Kill this person. I love how the Brave Axe is the only usable axe in FE4 because literally only one person can use it. Yeah, it's truly silly. Lyn is good because the unit comes with a flyer girlfriend. Yo, I've got a video on that coming up. On the two of them. Lyn is good in Fire Emblem Engage. That is true. I've always been confused by how speed works in this game. So, you double if you have more AS than the opponent. Your AS is determined by your speed stat minus your weapon rate. So Beowulf has 9 AS. Alec currently He's got the slim sword. He has 11 AS. Lex, he has 12 speed, or 13 speed, but 12 weight. That's 1 AS. We find someone who's, because there you can get negative AS. So 18 weight, Sigurd with the javelin has negative 3 AS. However, you also need to have follow-up. If you don't have the skill follow-up, then you do not double. So Lex does not have the skill follow-up. He can never double unless you give him the pursuit ring. But it's literally just one more speed. You don't need like 4 or whatever. Have we started talking about politics or race yet? I don't think so. What are the politics of Finn killing this bow knight with the Brave Lance and getting a full level up out of it? Where is the power of pursuit? It got cancelled by wokeness. We might be in kind of a bad situation. The game theory guy is now a politician. Yeah, I saw that. I'm not the biggest fan of Matthew Patrick. I don't know if that's his, like, real full name, but I think it's funny to call him that. I'm not the biggest fan of Matthew Patrick, though. I think he's, like, oftentimes casually kind of homophobic, kind of transphobic. And the bigger deal is he's, like, because I don't think that's, like, malicious so much as just not knowing stuff, right? But I do think that, like, his opinions on disability is pretty fucking cringe. Like, he has a lot of game theory videos where it's like, theory, this video game character has this mental disorder, and therefore they're evil! Which is, just not great. Alright, Dude's gonna have to dodge tank. Dude's gonna have to dodge tank. Defense! Why I gave the president Delta Ruin. 49? Yo, the dodge tank is real? Do, more like do. Grinding for that sweet early promotion. He can use the Brave Sword after promotion. Alright, 19. We got this shit. Soul! It does nothing for us. Keep giving us nothing, white boy! Soul is such a stupid skill on the guy who does no damage. Like, what was Kaga thinking? Alright, Sigurd, javelin this guy. He was thinking, mind if I get evil again? Do has Soul as an excuse for Gen 2. Yeah, it is definitely better in Gen 2, but then the fact that it can only be passed down to foot infantry is so fucking silly. Would Dormant really have been too strong if he could get fucking Soul but no pursuit. I get that they limited it to sword units because it's called like Lunar Blade, Solar Blade, Astral Blade, right? Is the actual translation. So that's why it's limited to sword units. But like, why does it have to be sword infantry? That's just silly. It's footlocked? Yes. Soul is footlocked and sword locked. Politics question, how is the new translation so far? They got rid of the power of pursuit. They got rid of the power of pursuit, so we're all crying in the club now. I read online that Duex Ayra is decent for ranked runs. Is it comparable to the more classic Lex X Ayra? I am not a ranked run expert, but my instinct is no. Because the reason you give Lex Ayra is for Paragon, because the Sword Twins can really struggle to get experience. So getting Paragon is nice. I think the reason you would not do Paragon on them, right, is if you're giving Paragon to someone else. Paragon Sylvia is also a popular ranked run playthrough, just because, Paragon on your dancer means that you get 20 experience per dance. And Charlo is also a kind of a shitty unit. Like, or it's Corporal. Corporal can become, like, knockoff Charlo, basically. Which Fire Emblem game do you think is the most replayable one, and why is it FE6 for having the best Iron Man balanced cast? Does FE6 have a good Iron Man cast? I don't think it does, actually. Ironically, I think the games with good Iron Man casts are like Engage, Blazing Sword, and Path of Radiance, where you get like those strong replacement pre-promotes. FE6 gives you pre-promotes, but they're like pretty mediocre TBQH. Okay, we gotta kill Macbeth now. There's no time pressure anymore. No stats on level up. Doesn't matter. Her stats are largely irrelevant. Her stats are staff plus horse. The shield ring. I kind of like that on either Finn or Sigurd. 29 kills. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, Do is going to have to dodge tank if I want to steal this money, which I kind of do. unlike FE7, where you lose Canas equals no dark magic for the whole game. I mean, that assumes that we care about dark magic specifically. Like, I don't think Canas dying means you just don't get dark. Like, yeah, it doesn't mean it means you don't get dark magic, but why do we care about that, right? I think Canas's value is that he is 1-2 range hit on res, and we do get replacements for that. We have it in Urk and Lucius already, who you can train up. We have it in Pent, who you get as a pre-promote. Renault, who you get as a pre-promote. And, you know, Athos is at the end of the game. I care about dark magic because of the cool animations. Sure, but if we're looking at things from a mechanical Iron Man perspective, like, if we're looking at what's the best game to Iron Man, I think we're asking about the mechanics, right? We're not asking about... Oh, whoops. I didn't read it out. Well, he didn't dodge tank anyway, so we have another opportunity. We have another opportunity to read it out. FE1 and 11 are the best. I feel like the Arcanea games are pretty good for the Iron Man experience. FE3 was really good for Iron Man. FE3 Book 1 specifically. Please forgive me, Lucius. Lucius will forgive nothing. High level wind beats dark? I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. Do you have any recommendations for who should get the bargain band? I think Lachesis is probably the best choice, and that's who I think I'm going to give it to. We're in a weird situation, though, because she won't pass it down to her kids. Because she's not having kids. What's the worst game to Iron Man, Gaiden or Radiant Dawn? I think it has to be Radiant Dawn because of the bizarre number of game over conditions, but there's a hack that I have that just removes the game over flag from a bunch of things in Radiant Dawn, and I think that makes it a lot better to Iron Man. Still not great, because there's a lot of, like... So, I think the one thing that makes Radiant Dawn, like, miserable for an Iron Man is... Green Jill in chapter 1-6, no, 1-5, she has a not insignificant possibility of just fucking dying without you being able to do anything about it. She can die on turn 2, which is earlier than you can reach the enemies that kill her. And I think that is unfucking forgivable when it comes to, like, design. I think that's awful design. Because she is a game over condition. In that map, Green Jill is a game over condition. I already think it's bad when Nino can die to the 1% crit, but Jill not only has a higher than 1% chance of dying, but also is a literal game over condition. Radiant Dawn hard mode experience. Yeah, I'm specifically talking about on hard mode. I believe on normal, that's not the case. She can still die before you get to her, but it's kind of your fault for not rushing a time-based objective, right?
It can't be! Granville's here already? Damn it all! What are those useless mercenaries doing out there? Ugh, fine, I'll fight them myself.
What pairings are you using? They are in the description. From what I know, a lot of Iron Man runs run into trouble in the Brahm Nephany chapter. That's another point of tension, but at least there's like steps you can take to mitigate the RNG. You can still get fucked, but you have to get very unlucky for it. I want to steal his money. And, like, do is the way to do that. Can I actually... Okay, so do... How much damage does do? It's probably 1, right? Yeah. Oh, the hit rate. If he had... Literally needs 1 more HP. 1 more HP or defense. It's pretty cringe. Heather fled, so Nephany decided life was no longer worth living. Yeah, you can kind of screw yourself out of recruiting Heather. Like, if you get unlucky. That's 14. What does do? Do you do the do? I think what we do for do is I think we wait until I think we just have him enemy phase and just dodge, right? It's a 65 even with the charisma and leadership stars, but like I think that's just our option, right? We let him enemy phase, we rig until we dodge. I'm on the LOL SETI train. What's LOL SETI? I'm familiar with said SETI, which I do not subscribe to. I think it makes a bad SED. I mean, you can't really make a bad SED, but it makes one of the worst possible SEDs, right? And then Horse SETI, which for some reason people, like, because it has a funny name. No! Fuck! Fucking return banned. Because Horse SETI has a funny name, there's sort of the idea that, well, it's just a meme. It's not a meme. It's, bye. Oh, no. Yeah, it was very oh, no. Let's see if we're on the correct RNG string. Let's just, like... You know, we're not under any time pressure right now. Can we dodge tank? My FE10 randomizer gave me Braum as a mage with 2 siege tomes. Yo, that's fucking hilarious. Okay, we are on a bad string. It's probably not worth it, stealing the money. What is it, like 2,000 gold? I don't think it's worth it. FE10 rando can be fun. It can be very silly. It's 3,000 gold. Yeah, I don't think that's worth it. Alright, Lex. Set up a kill for either, like, Sigurd or Finn. But that 3k gold, though. It do be a lot of gold. Fucking Great Shield. Jesus Christ, fucking Great Shield. My Great Shield luck has run out. This does mean we can get another Javelin kill, though. So that's pretty cool. Ugh, why me? Look at that nonsense. Yeah, Lewyn passes pretty bad magic onto Sed. Should we just seize right now? Let's give the infantry some time in the spotlight. We'll seize so that they can fight this next castle. Sire, we have a visitor. Lord Filat of Valhalla seeks an audience. Lord Filat, I presume? Thank you for coming.
Lord Sigurd, the Augustrian conflict has escalated into a full-scale war, I see. How does this battle look at the moment?
We're faring well somehow, but it hasn't been easy by any means.
Incidentally, Lord Sigurd, I regret to say I come bearing bad news.
What happened?
Nasty rumors have emerged of late in the royal court, and they concern you. The rumors claim that in concert with the Quan of Lannister and Edain of Nordion, you are conspiring against the crown. This, it is said, is why you are harboring the Prince of Isaac in your ranks.
What? That's absurd. Who in the world could have started such nonsense?
Chancellor Reptor and Duke Lombard.
Yes, I see. I should have known, knowing your disdain for my father. Yet to take that grudge so far. Those two are ruled
by their envy of your father's immense power as Prince Kurth's advisor, I'd say. They likely believe a Chalfa-controlled prince will strip them of their influence once he takes the throne. Fear and jealousy dominate their lives. Don't let your guard down against them.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate the warning. By the way, pray tell, how goes the Azakian campaign? Is there an end in sight?
It seems there is indeed. From what we've heard, we expect the triumphant return of the prince and your father any day now.
Thank the gods Prince Kurth is safe. Losing him to this war would have dealt such a blow to Granvale's future. I know my father worries so about how the Valhalla lineage would end with His Majesty's death, unmarried as he is.
Indeed. Before we started the war, we were trying to hasten him to search for a wife.
If I may, is there a problem?
Indeed. The story behind this has been well known in the royal court for a long time now. Regrettably, His Highness struggles to move on from a long-lost love.
Really? Why did he never marry this person?
Well, perhaps I ought to tell you the complete tale. This happened some 20 years ago. Prince Kurth had an affair with the Duchess of Velthamer, a truly lovely woman as I recall. Duke Victor of Velthamer was, well, he was a philanderer of the worst degree and had countless lovers. The prince, of course, is nothing like him. He wished only to support the Duchess at first, but the two soon fell deeply in love. Victor was distraught, needless to say. He penned a letter denouncing the pair, and he took his own life. The Duchess could bear to stay no longer. She fled Granvale and was never seen again. As I recall, her name was Sigyn.
Wow, that's horrible. So she was the mother of Lord Arvis.
Indeed, I can scarcely imagine what this was like for him. Losing both parents at the age of 7.
And yet I feel so sorry for the prince, not to mention for Sigyn as well.
Oh, my apologies. I'm sure a soldier of your caliber has better things to worry about than court gossip. Please don't worry about the story. You have a war with Augustia to win after all. Farewell, Lord Sigurd. We look forward to the day that you too return to the fatherland in triumph.
And this is why you always talk to your wife. Because if Sigurd just knew his fucking mother-in-law's name, this whole shit show could have been avoided. How's the preventative defensive invasion going? I love how this lordom comes from an eyeless nobody. At least it's not a jerk-ass Lewyn conversation. It is kind of funny just how much evil Lewyn does, like, the ridiculous lordoms. Note to self, talk to my wife when I get married. True. This is the life advice in Danny Doyle channel. We got a decent amount of gold off of those armor knights. Like, that's pretty good. We will loop back to get these villages later, but for now, I think we leave it as is. So you will have sleep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. There's also going to be ballistas here. So maybe we actually back off. Let's just repair our weapons while we're here. No reason not to. Gotta love the isolated armor knight in the mountains. Yeah, so he exists to stop you from cheesing the map by going up through this path. He's blocking this path. Because see the mountain terrain? This is traversable. It's only peaks that only flyers can go on. So he stops infantry. There is a path. See? So he's doing his job. He's a working man, all right? They didn't need to put the path there. God put the path there. It's if you find the ballista too difficult. Yeah, you just slowly walk all the way around while getting pelted by ballistas in the mountains.
You can't be serious! They've come as far as Infinity. Are they just gonna keep going until all Augustria's theirs? They'll have to come this way. We've no choice but to fight. Destroy the ballista. Or all that stands between the capital and Granville's dogs of war.
Lord Chagall. King Chagall, with respect, may we begin already? I need to find Prince Lewyn as quickly as possible. You said you know his location. It's the only reason I'm here.
Apologies for the delay, Knight, but I just received word of lead for you. I trust you've noticed we're currently contending with the Granville invasion. They have taken Prince Lewyn captive as well. My scouts report their army is arresting and executing anyone and anything which stands in their way. Your prince is being held in Evans Castle. Reports say that he will soon face the axe.
No, I can't allow this. Thank you for your assistance. We'll leave to rescue him at once. Our queen, Lahana, cautioned us against clashing with other nations for our mission, but we may have no choice. Should Granville's troops cross our way, they'll be confronted with a hesitation.
This is even better than I hoped. Best of luck on your hunt.
I'll be on my way then.
Ah, she's gone. Stupid little girl. Ready the Augustine Knights to deploy, and those pigs in a single strike.
So here comes the cavalry. They're charging down. I believe the boss of that lower group has a horse slayer, which is pretty, threatening. Aaron cannot see the obvious evil sides. Being antisocial is unfortunate. We go here. You warp Beowulf back to the home castle. It was revealed to be in a dream. These maps are huge. They're very big. Big map is like the most common criticism and praise of Fire Emblem 4. I guess we return Sigurd. Edain got defense. Big if true. Alright. Move. Okay, I thought the ballistas were a little bit... I moved backwards perhaps preemptively. I thought the ballistas were a little bit more of a big deal. This might be like Arden's time to shine, because this is like a big choke point. The manga has a thing for incest. Yeah, it's not the greatest. We just need to stay out of sleep range is like the big concern. Danny, would you be interested in the Disgaea games because you enjoy SRPGs? They seem way too grindy for me personally. Who are you and what are you doing in my algorithm? I don't know why I'm in your algorithm. Presumably you interacted with either one of my videos or posts or something similar enough that YouTube thought you would be interested in it. I today did a video of Mario Kart World that's topical. Maybe that's why YouTube thought you would be interested. I will say that by interacting in stream chat, you are just making it more likely that more of my stuff gets shown to you. Don't question the algorithm. The almighty gods. Disgaea is more of an RPG than a strategy RPG. It's very grindy, from what I understand, which is where my sort of hesitation comes from. You can't just be in my algorithm without my consent. I called the cops. I actually one time had the cops called on me by my neighbors because our lawn was too long. We hadn't mowed the lawn in long enough. And they were unhappy about that. Which, okay, Karen. Yeah, exactly. Like, that feels like, I don't know, just not, if you're unhappy about that, right? You know, you can knock on my door and be like, hey, your lawn's too long for us, neighbor. And, like, you know, I'd probably laugh a little bit, but it's whatever, right? Like, if it bothers you that much, yeah, I'll cut my fucking lawn for you. You don't have to call the goddamn police.
talking lawns, I have thoughts that need to be said out loud.
Yeah?
That this American lawn bullshit, am I wrong here, is some colonizer ass shit, right?
How so?
Like, we're talking about basically paving what was here, the natural plants and flora and fauna and whatnot, with astroturf. With what is a monoculture of bullshit.
I mean, in fairness, our lawn was very long, and I believe there's like a health risk with ticks and stuff.
Not any more than there usually is around here, and like, again, yeah, it was long because that's what an ecosystem trying to recover from a massive die-off looks like.
Maybe I'm just not woke enough to fight in the lawn wars, but I kind of find it hard to get invested in this topic.
My investment begins and ends with, I think lawns are bullshit.
I don't like mowing the lawn because of, you know, my back, my disability, all that fun jazz. But like, that's where I run out of care. That's where I'm like, you know, we will all die one day, and I feel like I don't care. I mean, I do care about dying. I don't care about the lawn enough to do lawn wars. Ticks would be the only concern. It's not cop-worthy. I do think, like, I do think calling the cops is very silly and stupid about, again, the lawn. I find myself struggling to summon the energy to care. Like, you know, if I gotta fucking mow the lawn, I'll mow the lawn.
Reminds me, you do need the electric mower.
Yeah, I'll look into it. Lawns are BS monoculture, especially the worst in the Southwest.
Yes,
They're so much
you.
more intensive than later plants. You're not gonna be on your deathbed thinking, dang it, I wish I mowed my lawn. I mean, yeah, but I'm also not gonna be on my deathbed thinking, dang it, I wish I didn't mow my lawn. That's what I'm saying. It's like, I can't find it in myself to muster enthusiasm in either direction. This is not me defending American lawn culture or whatever. This is just me saying I don't care. Like, I don't know. During the world's, like, descent into fascism, during the climate crisis, during the Palestinian genocide, all of that stuff, like, concerns that upset me a lot more than the lawn. I don't find it in myself to muster the energy. Oh god, I forgot to go to the arena with Finn. I knew I was forgetting something. We'll send him soon. Holland will just have to miss out on his entire career.
Chansey, you are correct. I have had the pleasure of a riding mower before. It is quite a lot of fun. It's moderately deafening, but fun.
You don't have the Horse Slayer. Is it one of the... Oh, right. Once we siege this castle, there's a guy who spawns up here with the Horse Slayer. That's what it is.
Anyways, good night.
Good night. Sleep tight.
I won't.
I mean, I have that tea, the melatonin tea. I know you don't like how it tastes, but you have not been falling asleep. Just...
Melatonin doesn't work for me.
Well, I don't know. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, like...
Whoever was asking where's the political talk, here's your answer. Is it political? I'm just saying I don't care about lawns. I don't think that's political. Like, I just don't care. The lawns are very political. Was that your wife in the background? Yes, that was my wife, Lilith Carter. Are you from Idaho? I am not from Idaho. Good job, Sylvia. Bad unit. Beautiful fucking level up. Alright, Arden, it's your time to shine. I'm glad we had this discussion about lawns. Is Arden still walking back? No, Arden's doing the choke point strat. He is choking the point against the Lance Cavaliers. Do we think Arden mows his lawn? Maybe. You're not one of the morons who got a Switch 2, are you? I did get a Switch 2. It's a business expense, like... I don't know what to tell you. I'm a Nintendo YouTuber. I kinda gotta have access to the Nintendo games. I am critical of their disgusting price practices, but I also think that, like, attacking the consumers for the fact that the company Nintendo is being greedy garbage is the wrong way to go about things. I've seen a lot of, like, damn, you bought the Switch 2, you're evil shit. And it's like, meanwhile, those same people not criticizing Nintendo. Like, I think the dick riding, the Nintendo dick riding of like, well, this is worth $80. That is not just part of the problem, like that is a big part of the problem. But I think that the weird disdain people have for anyone who just wanted to play the new video game is like frankly kind of embarrassing. I was at a bar and I talked to a guy who bought a Switch 2 and I had secondhand embarrassment. Why? We should fight amongst ourselves because someone bought a video game thing instead of fighting the actual ruling class. Yeah, like the corporations are not your friends. It's not like there's an organized boycott going on, right? Cringe culture is dead. Alright, so you have 15... Okay, so you... I think we put Quan in the choke point now. Nostalgia is used as a weapon these days. I I don't even know what you're trying to say, if I'm being perfectly honest. Like, it kind of just sounds like you're mad at Nintendo, but yelling at a corporation doesn't do anything. So you're taking your anger out on, like, just other people for... I don't know. I don't know. No more big art in gaming. Look, he tried his best. He did a good job. He did a good job. Here, Finn can catch back up after some healing. What about Sylvia Arena? We'll have a chance later. We will have plenty of time at the end of this. You and other people are the reason that video game corporations are pricing games at $80. Yes, I am in charge of Nintendo's pricing policies. Give me a fucking break, dude. I personally actually called Reggie Fils-Aimé and told him, hey, bro, you should probably raise the prices of video games to $80. I think that would be pretty awesome of you to do. And he said, I don't know, Danny. I feel like that would be greedy and evil. And I said, nah. You can get away with it. And he said, I don't know, Danny. That sounds pretty bad. And I said, nah, do it. Make Mario Kart $80. It was me. That's my confession. I have to confess. Reggie doesn't work for Nintendo. Yeah, he quit like, what, 5-10 years ago? Something like that? Have you heard of the Xbox handheld? I heard of it. I have not looked into it because I'm participating in the Microsoft boycott. You participate in society, curious. I mean, that's basically what this Ding Dog's arguments come down to, right? My uncle is John Nintendo, and I made him increase prices to gatekeep hobbies. I think we probably have the same uncle, because I also have an uncle named John Nintendo. He told me about the conversation y'all had. Reggie works for Danny now, you gotta keep up. What's next after the FE4 streams? I will probably be playing an FE5 stream next, simply because I haven't done any FE5 playthroughs on the channel, aside from the failed Iron Man, and I think it would be cool to sort of like follow up this story-based FE4 playthrough with a story-based FE5 one. You have, what, 10 kills on your Javelin? You bought an $80 game. You said you're fine with the overpriced games. Yes, me personally, I am the reason why they are maintaining this strategy. You know, not the fact that there's no organized boycott, not the fact that the Switch is sold out during, what was it, pre-order season or whatever. Because I bought the Mario Kart game. They actually looked at the demographics specifically from the Target that I went to, and they were like, damn, you know, they sold one more over the threshold. Do you have... I think we just do this, right? Yeah. Let me dance you. I'm not buying Mario Kart or the Switch 2, so it balances out. See, there we go. Okay, there we go. We have achieved balance, just like our Lord and Savior Thanos wanted. Is this bait or is this person just for real? I am assuming that no one is actually this stupid, and this is bait. But, like, I'm engaging with it. You know, you're boosting me in the algorithm. You asked earlier, why are you in my algorithm? This is why. This is why. Like, if you don't want my videos to show up in your algorithm, which presumably you don't. You seem to be a very angry fellow. Although maybe you like rage watching. I've never understood that mindset, because again, we'll all die eventually. I'd rather do things that I have fun with, like Mario Kart. But if you do enjoy rage baiting, you can always click on the subscribe button. Capitalism's existence requires nobody knows what it is. Again, it's a very, like, you live in a society moment, right? It's also pretty rich, considering, like, I am participating in the Microsoft boycott, the only currently organized boycott against bullshit in the gaming industry. They got recommended you because you played Mario Karts and they spent the last few days... Yo, that's probably it, because my Mario Kart video, the review that I put up, the whole, like, hey, you know, the price is bad, but also other stuff is bad too. Like, this game wouldn't be worth it even if it were $50. Has broken the Fire Emblem containment. I was checking the analytics beforehand, and all of the videos sort of... Oh, whoops. I didn't really see it as Javelin. Damn. Damn. But all of the videos recommending it are non-Fire Emblem videos. What did Microsoft do? So they are currently a hard target for BDS's boycotts. Specifically asking, don't buy Microsoft products, cancel your Game Pass subscription, that sort of stuff, right? And so, it's because they are providing AI to the drones that are carrying out the Palestinian genocide. So there's a couple of tiers for opting in. I'm just doing all of them because I care. But I'm not going to judge anyone for whether they do or do not participate, because I think, like, we all, make our choices based on what we, think is, like, acceptable and stuff, right? But my point is that, like, I'm pretty dismissive of gamer boycotts in general. just because they have a history of, like, the classic meme screenshot of, like, boycott Left 4 Dead 2, and everyone in that group is playing Left 4 Dead 2, or, like, the various Call of Duty boycotts and whatnot. They have a history of not nobody actually doing anything, right? It's just yelling into the void. Meanwhile, BDS actually has a very like successful track record with pressuring companies through their boycott divestment sanctions. As such, like, their targets have changed a lot over the past couple of years, which is why, like, Microsoft is now a target and it wasn't, because their higher priority targets have done the shifts that they want, right? The thing about boycotts is they're only effective if they do something that the company you're boycotting, like, cares about, right? And so in the case of Nintendo, random schmucks not buying the Switch 2 isn't going to make a difference to Nintendo's bottom line. They're barely going to notice it, in part because they're not making as many because of the tariffs, right? A lot of people are blaming the tariffs for the price hike, but if anything, the tariffs are just giving Nintendo cover. The fact that Nintendo is unable to make as many systems as they would like to is making it so that, you know, boycotts against them are less successful than they would be, and they already were not particularly well fated. There were boycotts against Call of Duty. Not really, but people will scream whatever they want. Like, gamers will scream about whatever they want. Like this chucklefuck, right? Like this chucklefuck screaming about how anyone who purchases the exorbitantly priced games is the reason the industry is pushing the envelope. No, they're doing what they can get away with, what they know they can get away with. Jamka, I think Jamka's fine. If we put Ayra here, we just, like, potentially bait people away from him. How long before we get a Switch 2 emulator? I am not tech savvy enough to give an answer on that. I am not tech savvy enough to give an answer on that. We talked about this in a previous stream, but there's a lot of similarities hardware-wise. So some people are guessing that, some people are guessing that it will be pretty soon just because of, like, jumping off of Switch 1 emulation stuff. On the other hand, the update to the EULA and whatnot makes it so that anyone attempting to modify their consoles is facing a lot of risk. Nintendo's also been very aggressive legally. No, the green units. Oh, no. Moronic green units, what are you doing? That's not good. So they are getting ready to fucking die now. That's not good at all. So yeah, a lot of people there's sort of, like, mixed takes between, from what I've been hearing, rumblings and whatnot. To clarify, like, this is all just, I'm not endorsing anything, I'm just, you know, answering a question, theory crafting, etc. I'm not, for legal purposes, if you're listening, Nintendo Ninjas, this is not me suggesting anyone do anything. If they choose to of their own accord, that's out of my hands. You know, I'm just reporting the facts that, you know, it's $0 to pirate something, which is a factual statement and not a suggestion or endorsement. But yeah, I know it took the Switch 1 a year, but that's because there was a pretty significant hardware vulnerability, which has been fixed in later models, and as such, probably also fixed in the Switch 2. But I've never done, like, Switch modification stuff. Which is a shame, because, like, I do think that installing mods... Like, that's one of the huge advantages of PC gaming, is, like, installing mods just improves things so much. But Nintendo is Nintendo, and Nintendo is the fucking worst. So they don't like it when you... We're not allowed to own anything anymore. It's so fucking trash. How far does your thingy reach? Okay, to there. So we're good right now. Oh, these green units are really stupid. I kind of hate it. They've, like, taken a position that's, like, blocking in an obnoxious way. You say they're the worst, and yet you give them money for your products. You hate capitalism, and yet you exist in society. Very curious. Very strange and curious. Dear YouTuber, I saw you say that you don't like landlords, and yet you live in a house. You think the housing market is bad, but you are not sleeping on the streets? I have found a hypocrisy. Therefore, actually, you are the evil one. Therefore, actually, it's not Nintendo who's bad. It is you. Checkmate, atheists. Okay, I'd like to get you... You can't heal, right? This is cringe. The healers are all lagging behind. This is so sad. Okay. You go up here. You criticize capitalism, and yet you purchase food and don't starve? I know, silly me. Egg on my face. Sorry, Danny. You bought an $80 game. You are, in fact, capitalism incarnate. Damn it, how did you know? You fucking figured me out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, 6. So you go here. I think that's... The road math is so stupid. I'm probably getting some of it wrong, but... It'll be fine. Okay, we'll move Jamka so he doesn't get deleted by the ballista. Lex can go here. I think I just accidentally... Yeah, okay. Cool. And then Ayra, I guess, stays there. Maybe she can, like, bait a ballista or something. It's... This section is a little obnoxious. If you're putting egg on your face, no wonder you starve. It goes in the mouth. This one goes in the square hole. Okay, green unit, can you canto to safety, please? The green units are the worst here. Yeah, so normally I just sort of like leave Lachesis out of enemy range, and I did, but the green units, because I used return, the green units got confused. You have to buy food and rent to survive, but you don't have to pay for overpriced games. I mean, you don't have to, but at the same time, you don't have to get food that is good. You can survive off of, like, nutrient tofu and stuff, right? But what kind of life is that? I'm not telling you to buy Mario Kart. If you don't want it, if you don't have the disposable income, if you're asking yourself if it's worth it, if you have to ask yourself if it's worth it, it's not. But if, like me, you are, one, in a financially lucky position, and two, more importantly, this is a business expense for me, right? I am a Nintendo YouTuber. There is a Nintendo console now. Oh, the green units are so dead. The green units are so dead. You know the rules, and so do I. Was that... Did you fucking rickroll me in chat? I really like tofu. Only if it has, like, good spices and stuff, though. I'm talking, like, unflavored white people tofu. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. Not everybody is living off of mommy and daddy's trust fund. Well, thankfully, I'm not either. Clearly, I am a woman of the people. Again, I'm not really sure what the point you're trying to make is, but I'm happy you're here, if only because you're driving engagement and making it more likely that my videos end up in your feed. And you seem like enough of a moron that you would dislike all of them, thinking like, I'll show her, I'll hurt her feelings for buying an $80 game. And then more of them will show up in your feed because YouTube sees that you engaged with the content. And says, well, this dipshit sure likes engaging with this content, so let's just give more of what this person is, because YouTube doesn't care if you like it or dislike it, they just want you to stay on the platform for ad revenue. I doubt that. I mean, corporations are profit-driven, that's what we've been talking about this whole time. The dislike button doesn't make videos less likely to show up in your feed. I'm in art class right now, and my crab skull project, which I keep working on during the Thursday stream, is almost complete. Yo, crab moment. I doubt you're a woman. Damn, I've been owned. I've been epically owned now. That is just epic ownage. I don't know how to respond to such amazing ownage. I guess I'll just cry. You know what you should probably do? You should probably comment that on every single video I've made. That'll show me. That'll teach me good. I am curious though, are you judging off of the fact that I purchased Mario Kart or my sultry voice? You want to go there, huh? What am I going there? I'm genuinely not certain. Again, you're a very confusing individual. Quite entertaining in your confusion. But a genuinely confusing individual. They're gonna charge forward and kill themselves. They're gonna see the Armor Knight. They're gonna charge forward. They're gonna die. It's gonna be cringe. They're gonna get put to sleep. Just run back to Lachesis, you dumb green units. I think games deserve to be $200. We should probably call Reggie and tell him to do that. No, you fucking morons! Oh, this is so cringe. Why did they go up here? And now they're blocking me too. I can't reach the Armor Knight now. This is so fucking cringe. Goodbye, Night Ring. Yeah, because I didn't stagger these saves neither. The sleep staff. Okay, maybe what if we reset, we send someone else forward. Maybe like try to see what we can do to negate this maybe. If we leave these two alive maybe. Then they'll like at least stay down here for like a second longer. Can we? I don't think we can return staff them, but we can at least like get Ethlyn up there to heal them. In Fire Emblem games, would you pick a broken unit, for example, Sigurd or Edelgard with the Amir, or a second dancer? A second dancer enables so much ridiculousness. If we Javelin you, so we do get this kill on Sigurd. But then what if we move Sigurd up to maybe interfere with the green? Like, if we move Sigurd up here, right? Maybe this will interfere with the green unit's ability to be stupid. And Beowulf goes here. And Lex goes here. And maybe they, like, if we just get aggressive, right? And then can Deirdre silence the sleep guy? I just don't want them put, like, if they're put to sleep, it's really bad. Can she reach to silence this turn? Fuck, no, okay. Well, she can at least... Is this a road tile? This is such a cringe situation we're in. Okay. It's all because I just didn't want to do the infantry shuffle. Okay, hopefully, because a lot of it is also randomness, right? Where they end up cantoing or going to. But if they go for the commander, they stay away from the sleep staff for like one more turn. Scary to see old Fire Emblem where the enemy range has to constantly be checked. Yeah. It's a little bit terrifying. I forgot how much of a genuine chore getting the Night Ring can be. So the biggest problem is if I had just left Lachesis in the top left corner, then it would have been fine. The biggest problem is because I teleported her to the home castle, the green units went to go charge the home castle, and then they got distracted because they were within a couple of turns of the... They were within a couple of turns of the enemies, and they were just like, let's charge the enemies and kill ourselves now. Which was not great. I think we stagger our saves now. We want to stagger these saves because of the possibility of like... Oh, no! That was the worst possible unit to have put to sleep. Because that means we can't seize. Is it valid this is my favorite Fire Emblem? Or is this just bad taste? I mean, I really don't like elements of it, but I do think it's valid, you know? You're allowed to have different opinions than me. Any FE game is valid to like. True! I haven't played FE4 and I don't know if I would like it. Let me save here, just to stagger. You are entitled to your wrong opinions. Okay, we silence. Oh, we still don't reach? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're one shy. Ugh. Okay, that's why I staggered the save. the freedom to be cringe. Heal up Arden. I want to actually turn off the autosave. Or we'll put it on file 2. So that we can stagger these more effectively. I started 3 houses and I slowly made my way through 4 through 10, but this one has always scratched the fantasy itch the most to me. Alright, let's move. You up. We don't want the green units going up here. So let's move y'all. Nisha, we can move you, like, here-ish. I want you out of ballista range. So you can go, like, actually pretty far. And Alec can go here. You just go there. And this is probably good. So they're gonna kill the commander. That is a little bit problematic. Although, okay, cantoing backwards, that's pretty okay. That's pretty okay. Okay. Y'all, you gotta stop. I feel like we're bullying a 12-year-old right now. Like, I get it. They're kind of a moron, but they're pretty clearly, like, just a stupid kid. I feel like at this point, everyone's just kind of dogpiling on a 12-year-old. I think the best course of action is just to ignore them. That's why I haven't been engaging with them. Yeah, that's why I stopped too. Just, like, not really worth the effort, right? And if they are the age that they're acting, like, it is, again, just bullying children. We're better than that. Magical Lex. Yo, he's gonna use the Hurricane Axe. Have we done the Sylvia Sigurd conversation yet? Oh no, we haven't. So I'm so focused on like the bullshit that we're currently in. I haven't really been getting combos because like we're in a sketchy situation. Yo, Vantage proc? The Vantage sweep? The Vantage sweep. I remember when I played Path of Radiance and I had a really magic blessed Ike. It was very funny. Okay, so Lex getting put to sleep is not the end of the world. Because we can silence this turn. And we'll be able to seize. Like, it kind of sucks that Lex is just not doing nothing now, but we just need to charge forward and seize. To keep these green units alive. Or maybe we charge forward and don't seize? Because if the green units don't see any enemies, Anna has a magical warrior and engage, but then every Anna user just reclassed her to mage. I mean, like, there is the benefit to Radiant Bow stuff, right? Hurricane Axe, Radiant Bow are pretty good. I mean, Hurricane Axe you do need Vantage to make good, but... Alright, and then if we go up here... Okay, so we can silence you. Can you can heal Nisha. Okay, heal Nisha. With the Javelin, you have -3. With fire... Oh, you're a fire mage. -4. Okay, so we double this mage. So we can double and kill this mage. Killer Bow you. I missed the class abbreviations from the old version. Rest in peace, Night Lord. So we silence Clement. Now he shuts up. Clement is actually the one doing all the battle music. How long has Deirdre been here? She's been here the whole time, but advancing her forward enough to silence Clement has not been... So he plays on casual mode, but I still wanted her alive so she could silence Clement. And that was, a bit of an ordeal. Let's move you down here. I feel like if you try to strictly measure ingredients, you don't always get the same flavor representation. Oh, we're talking about cooking. I was really confused. I was briefly quite confused. Okay, Quan, go forward. Christmas. So we have managed to keep the green units alive. I think we're doing good. I think we're doing good. Okay. Baking versus cooking. I used to do a good deal of baking. Back when I worked in mental health boarding school, I would do a lot of baking to like bring in for my coworkers and stuff, and the kids when we could, but oftentimes there were like dietary things, so we couldn't. Yo, Miracle Online now. Deirdre Miracle Online. She has plus 50 avoid. That was not enough avoid. No, stop! Where are you taking me? Midir does have a chance of death here, but it was only plus 40. Oh, I thought it was everything under 11. Because you get plus 100 at 1 HP. So I'm pretty sure it was plus 50. Because it's 5 under 11. Deirdre doesn't die, she's kidnapped. Yeah, for plot reasons, she's only kidnapped. The same thing happens with Julia in Gen 2. Are you going to reset for her? Nope, she's done her job. Her job was silence, and she did silence the woke left. She didn't silence me because I inherited Silence Ward from Emblem Micaiah. Yo, so true. Should be fine here. Oh, right. She doesn't have... I forgot she doesn't have Pursuit. Alright. 36... minus 8. Oh, that kills. Javelin? 32 minus 8, that also kills. I don't want to kill here. I want this kill for Ethlin. I guess what we can do... We can trap him. Alright, let's move you up. Heal Jamka. It really makes you think. I've always found it weird that Valkyrie is a magical horse class because in Norse mythology, Valkyries are flying warriors. Yeah. It's just one of those things that, like, I feel like a lot of us have just kind of accepted about Fire Emblem. We can get the talk. Hey, you're that Nordion lady, aren't you? Yeah, excuse me? Such boorishness. What manner of lowlife is asking? Oh, sorry about that, ma'am. Name's Beowulf. I'm a higher blade. What do you want? Well, I just want to give you a quick heads up of fighting. See, war ain't the fun and games you're used to. Someone as green as you, well, you're just gonna get in the way. Besides, a princess is a princess. Why not run back to your castle now? How dare you? My business in battle is just that. My business, not yours. I'll nail your foul mouth closed. Heh, you really are Eldigan's sister. Should have known you wouldn't be a pushover. What's that? What, do you know my brother? Oh yeah, Eldigan and me, we go way back. I'd never been so nosy if he hadn't asked me to keep an eye on you. Is that so? Oh, I'm sorry for snapping at you. I've seen a lot worse in my time. Hey, how about a quick battle lesson? Eldigan thought it'd be a big help. Why, thank you, I'd like that. And that gives us some love points as well. She gets better combat, but, like, that's a who cares moment, right? Damn, kill stealer. Oh, okay. They're helping me against the ballistas, I guess, at least. I mean, that was nice. That was nice of them. Isn't Beowulf Lachesis' most popular husband? Yeah, I think he is her best husband, too. Like, pretty indisputably. Lachesis is going single. Well, so she's probably getting killed off, because I don't think we'll be able to keep her single. The fact that she hit the 9, so sad. We need to not kill Erin, but I do want to kill as many of her friends as possible so that Lewyn can get the experience. So do we I think we just let him fight these next two. And then I don't think she kills him, right? I'm pretty sure Aaron will not attack Lewyn. But I might be wrong about that. Is the sleep staff B rank? It is, okay. So getting it on Ethlyn doesn't do anything for us. It's just money for whoever gets the kill. Because we'd need to pass it to Edain or Lachesis. Move you up. Move you here. Heal you. I think Thracia isn't canon to FE4 because sometimes events occur differently. It sort of depends. I think it's best thought of as like one potential canonical timeline. One of many potential canonical timelines. With the Silver Sword, we have 12 AS. Alright, if we... Javelin here. Never mind! Ugh, will I go down in glory? So what I have to wonder is now that there's no more enemies for them to fight, will the green units, like, fuck off, right? Will they go back to Lachesis? I can't return staff them. Alright, least I can do is mend them. Sir, you were silenced! Hey, give him his deathbed quote. At least that's allowed, right? Because there's no one for them to fight. So if we just have them follow Lachesis, like, away, he knows sign language. Hitting 248s is impressive. Not just the 248s, but also the fact that, there was the adept involved. Like, it's a very, very impressive RNG turn. I don't want to seize yet. I want to see if the green units will run back home now. Yeah, okay, so we can get them now. Okay, we've crisis averted. Congratulations to Sigurd for accidentally subjugating another country. Liberating another country. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Hi, Joshua. How are you? I can't stop invading. I can stop invading anytime I want. Nisha and Alec, are we the bad guys? Common issue to have. Your Honor, I plead self-defense. Oops, all Granville. That's the bad ending. Seliph becomes God Emperor in the bad ending. It's very funny. Alright, so crisis averted, green units have been subdued. Let's recruit Aaron. Wait, Aranis? The hell are you doing here? Huh? Aren't you? It can't be! Prince Lewyn? What exactly are you wearing, my lord? What in the... I'm a bard now. You know, walking the land, spreading songs and cheer. What do you say? Perfect or perfect? Aren't you supposed to be held captive at Evans? I got here as fast as I could, but... I'm in prison at Evans, am I? Where'd you hear that one? King Chagall of Augustria said so. Chagall? I hate to break it to you, Aranis, but you've been tricked. It's nice and all that you're so ready to trust, but you wouldn't last 10 seconds out there in the city. It'd eat you and your innocence alive. You might even end up like Sylvia. Sylvia, my lord? Oh, Sylvia's, not important. Point is, what you're doing out all the way around out here? Isn't it obvious? I'm here to find you and bring you home, my lord. It's been 2 years since you fled Celeste. Her Majesty is gravely worried for you. Please, my lord, come home with me. Do you have any idea what that'd do to Celeste, Aranis? If I go back, I'll have no choice but to take the throne. It's my late father's will, but my uncles will never accept it. Just one false step and we'll have a civil war, just like here. It's always the common folk who suffer for it. There are people who want to be kings or whatever, great. Out here, though, I'm free and I like it that way. I don't want a thing to do with that throne. For the good of Celeste, just give it to one of my uncles. I can't allow that, my lord. You know as well as I that the kings of Celeste must bear descent from Forseti, the wind god. You, my lord, are the sole living scion of this lineage. Neither of your uncles bear it. You, my lord, are Celeste's future. Yourself and your uncles aside, all Celeste wishes you to claim the throne. And your mother, the queen, was in tears when she sent me. Please, my lord, come back. Aranis, ugh, don't you start crying too. Give me a break. I can't stand to see a woman in tears. Okay, fine. I'll think about going home. Just give me some time to muster the nerve, all right? Thank you. In that case, I'm staying with you until you're ready, my lord. I'll send a messenger back to Celeste to report that you're safe. Wow, you're persistent. I'll grant you that. All right. I think I'll stay with Sigurd's army for now. He's a pretty neat guy to work with. Not to mention the army's full of beauties. Hey, Aranis, you could stand to get to know some of the ladies around here. Maybe their stylishness could run off on you a bit. Yes, my lord. Hey, I'm just kidding, Aranis. Relax a bit. Don't take everything so seriously. Nobody in the world's as sweet as you. Don't you ever change a thing. Yes, my lord. I mean, no, my lord. Yes, my lord. No, my lord. So this is Aranis. She is the only flyer in Generation 1. In most Fire Emblem games, flight is an upside instead of a downside. Here, it's kind of the opposite. You still have 8 movement and Canto, like horses, so you can keep up for the most part. But, the thing is, road tiles are pretty over-centralizing in terms of movement. For anyone who was not here when I was talking about the Cavaliers, road tiles give basically an extra 1/3 of your movement. Every movement tile on the road costs 2/3 of a tile instead of costing 1. So if you're able to take advantage of road tiles in the positive terrain, you can move a lot farther by just staying on the road. Flyers don't get to do that. She does get to avoid terrain, which makes sort of forest areas and mountains, like the ability to traverse them, kind of nice. She can go up and down cliffs. However, there are anti-flyer tiles to stop you from going too far out of your way. So basically, like, this right here, these walls, right? They stop us from getting to this castle until we've conquered this one. And Aranis cannot fly over them. For the most part, this doesn't matter because it's basically just like dividing the chapter up into objectives, and it means that Aranis can't go ahead to get a later objective. I think people make way too big of a deal of it than it perhaps deserves. Anti-flying tiles are funny. They are funny. It is undeniably funny, but Aranis in particular really isn't hurt by them. There's a couple of instances where her daughter, Fee, or the substitute unit Femina, can be, but Aranis really isn't. You can notice them if you try to push her ahead farther than she, like outside of the objective space, but there's not really any side objectives that not having anti-flyer tiles would stop, and like her going ahead would basically just unlock some cheese that doesn't really matter. Her combat's alright. She's got worse stats than Beowulf for the most part, but 18 speed is very good. One thing that I think a lot of people might not initially recognize is she's not a lance unit. She starts with just a lance in her inventory, but she has B rank in swords and lances. So she can use swords and take advantage of that massive speed stat to double a lot of things. I like giving her effective weapons for that reason, because her strength can be somewhat questionable. On promotion, she gets a big magic boon and staff access, so she's also very good at making use of magical swords, especially after promotion, because she will double a lot of things even with the sort of heavier tomes, because at 2 range, the magic swords count as the weight of their tome. So for example, the fire sword counts as fire and will weigh you down a lot, but unlike Azel, Aranis has really high base speed, so she can double stuff with like fire sword, or wind sword I think is really good on her as well. Able to use the Brave Lance, able to use the Javelin. Loading her up with like a Javelin, a Brave Lance, and a Magic Sword means that she can do pretty good combat regardless of whether you want to hit on defense or res. And her bulk is also not too shabby. 9 defense, 9 resistance. That's roughly equivalent to what our Christmas Cavaliers are at right now as well. She does have to watch out for arrows, you know, watch out for arrows, but there's not too many bow enemies in the first generation. The main thing that kind of sucks is that she doesn't get the road movement, and there's not too many instances where flight is very useful in Generation 1. Chapter 3, there's an ocean that it can be nice to send Aranis across to sort of like help out in the final castle. And in Chapter 4, there's quite a few forests that are nice to avoid. But other than that, well, Chapter 5 has the desert where you can fight meteor mages, but Chapter 5, once you're fighting meteor mages in Chapter 5, the game is practically over, and I don't really value that super highly. It is nice, it's just not as big a deal IMO. But yeah, she's got decent-ish combat and decent-ish movement. I think that the uniqueness of flight does open up some strategies that others don't have access to, but all in all, she would prefer to be grounded, because look at, you know, not taking advantage of the road. She's stuck pretty far behind, which is a little unfortunate. She gets pursuit, though. That's cool. Do you think an FE4 remake would be neat with rescue dropping? The maps really aren't designed with rescuing in mind. I think rescue's a cool mechanic, but I do think it's one that, like, very much benefits designing the game around it. Why can't the Pegasus walk? Allergic to the ground. She's kind of like an infantry cavalry hybrid. That is one way to think about it, I guess. I love the music in FE4. It is a very good OST. It's a very good OST. Anytime a game has movement tools, you gotta consider when you design the existing maps. For example, Three Houses didn't consider warp particularly. It's just or so you can skip most maps. My issue with Three Houses is not that the maps are too small. It's that they're too big. I think that the lack of movement tools in the early game is a much bigger deal. So here's the thing, right? The reason why I feel rescuing in FE4 would not be, like, the game just kind of doesn't feel like it would be great from a design perspective with it, right? It's already a game where cavalry are pretty over-centralized. Sure, you could rescue the infantry forward, but I think more than anything, it would make cavalry rescuing other cavalry around, and even more, like, again, centralizing horse emblem, genealogy of the horsey war, right? You could make it like Path of Radiance style, where you can't rescue mounted units, I guess. And that would help infantry a little bit. But I think the big infantry problem is just that, like, they're not worth dragging around because their combat is so much, like, worse or on the same level as the cavalry units. I guess, like, Edain, being able to rescue Edain around for higher rank stabs, that is a legitimate benefit she has over Ethlin. But then Lachesis exists, right? So you get the high rank stabs anyway. From what I know, the game's approach to unit design doesn't seem good. It is at the very least worth acknowledging. I don't think they were trying to design a balanced cast. I think that, in general, Fire Emblem fans really like the idea of balance. Like, balance in the casts, right? And I don't necessarily think balance is an inherently good thing, because it is a single-player game, right? There's always going to be winners and losers. I do think that this game went too far, but I also think it's not necessarily aiming to be a tightly designed gameplay experience. The goal of Fire Emblem 4 is to tell its story. I do think that, and the Gen 1 story, I'm not a huge fan of Gen 2 story, because it's kind of just another Marth story, right? But the Gen 1 story, I think, is legitimately a really good work of fiction that is enhanced quite a bit by some of the gameplay stuff, right? And you get these cool gameplay story moments, in particular with things like, yeah, it sucks that Lewyn has to go back to the home castle to recruit Aranis, and it really hurts him in this map. But it's a cool story thing, right? And it integrates the gameplay and the story into each other. A lot of units' starting positions as well sort of feed into that. Next chapter, there are 3 infantry units who start out in a way that is, in my opinion, really cool. Balance is good when it allows the exploitations of multiple options in problem solving. I think the biggest, like, sort of balance issue I have with the infantry here is not that they are worse than the cavalry, but the way in which they're worse, I think, is unfun. It's similar to, like, the FE7 archers, where Will and Rebecca being bad is not, quote-unquote, bad game design, but Will and Rebecca feeling unfun in the way they're bad is bad game design. Meanwhile, a unit like Nino is bad, but the way in which she's bad, I think, is quite fun. And I would say that's good game design. Well, I think we've found a bug in the translation patch. This is supposed to be the hole in recruitment, but, This is not the hole in recruitment. This is from Prologue. Okay, at least the mechanic, at least it didn't crash mechanically. But, could somebody clip that so that I can report it? Because I do think that the Nordion team, the Lil Nordion team being aware of it would be nice. Actually, I can clip it myself. Okay. Clipped the bug. Let's talk about Chiluyen. The secret brigand event. Yeah. He's secretly a brigand. No, Chiluyen is another sword fighter. So, he is very comparable to Ayra in being the kind of frail Myrmidon. He's not as frail as her. I would say of the infantry units, he actually has some of the better combat. He's sort of the one who is the most justifiable to sort of drag around. Because 40 HP, 11 defense is reasonable bulk, and 14 strength, 17 speed along with swords means he's gonna be doing quite good damage output. He has Pursuit as a class skill, and then his proc skill is Luna. I think Luna is a much better proc skill than Astra, because against a high defense enemy, Astra is still not going to kill them, but Luna will. Luna cuts through foes' defense. I believe it's skill percent chance, but the hidden secondary effect, and this is what's really cool, is Luna negates accuracy. So you will always hit as long as you proc Luna. It's the story people tell about Fire Emblem 6, this is untrue, but people used to believe that if you got a critical hit, it went through accuracy. And I believe the reason that that rumor was so prevalent was because in FE4, Luna does work that way. If only bro had a horse. It is like, you know, it is the downside, right? It is what sucks. But like 17 skill, 17 speed, 11 defense, 14 strength, and we would have gotten him at the start of the chapter. You know, obviously I recruited him late, and that's kind of the sketchy thing is depending on how you want to do the arena. I was saving that arena for Finn, for Paragon Finn, so I recruited him late, but you can get him at any point whenever you beat the first arena in this chapter. And so that's pretty epic. This chapter is bad for infantry, but we did just have the infantry slogfest over here. He missed out on it, unfortunately, but it is kind of a good time for him to shine. I also like him fighting these armors up here because I like running past them with Sigurd and Quan to try to get this castle as soon as possible. And we did that with the infantry, or we did that with the cavalry, but we could have done that with infantry. Like, they would have reached if I had just bothered. And he's quite good there because there's the stupid general that he can use Luna on. I like him a lot better than Ayra, but in infantry only, Ayra was better because I invested more in her because she got, like, she has the opportunity to get trained up more, but I do think that, like, Holland just out of the box being a fucking baller is pretty goddamn valuable. Hero Sword Holland goes hard. He does get the Brave Sword. Well, anyone can get the Brave Sword, basically. But yeah, he can get the Brave Sword. He can use the Silver Sword. He's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Still no horse though, so like there is a ceiling to how good an infantry unit can be in Fire Emblem 4, and I think Holland and Lewyn sort of like are that ceiling. These are probably the two best combat-wise infantry units in the game, or at least in Gen 1, because, you know, Set exists, lol. What's very funny about Holland is he was the arena champion, but he can struggle to even make it through the arena. So it's like, how were you the champion, bro? I was gonna ask even in Gen 2. No, Gen 2 has some very good infantry units. Shanam is quite good. Obviously, Sed is probably the best Gen 2 infantry unit. Although, you know, availability moment. If Archer counts, Archer is quite good, but he's good because he gets a horse, or in part because he gets a horse. We can punch our way through this. Gen 2 has a genetic super soldier squad. Yeah, that's the other thing is, like, you know, if Holland marries Ayra, his kids will be better than him. But, like, he's part of that, right? He's part of why they end up better. There's also, like, the implication of it potentially being incest, because Kaga. I don't really want to get into that. I like looking at the pairings from a fucking mechanical perspective, because from a story perspective, you just get so much, like, and this one is incest. Yes! I thought he was gonna lose to Bakunin. Are Holland and Ayra related? Not explicitly. However, they have the same holy blood, so some people think they are. And by marrying them, you can also... There's a glitch you can abuse that involves, like, killing off... I believe you kill off Shanam and use, like, a Valkyrie staff glitch. Cousins, probably. Yeah, I'm possibly. I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. At the very least, they have, like, some shared ancestry. But we can choose to be in the good timeline and believe it's, like... the level of shared ancestry that, like... 17 generations ago, there was a relative or something, right? Where it's like, okay, but yeah, that's probably true of, like, everyone in the country, right? They're Isaac or whatever. Most other examples, people with the Holy Blood are in family. Ethlin, Lewyn, and his cousins. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, I know why people assume that. It's just... unlike, like, Claude and Sylvia, there's no, like, conversation around it. So we can choose to live in the good timeline. How long is the gap between Miracle at Dana and the beginning of the game? I don't know. There was a timeline at the start. I just didn't, Yeah, I don't know. So I think we go get the bargain band with Lachesis. I think we get the bargain band with Lachesis. Who's Aranis' husband going to be? Right, Claude, who's not here yet. If you could add a new class to Fire Emblem, what would it be? Oh god. Probably like some sort of gunner class. I did recently play that Star Wars game on the second channel. Which check that out if you haven't seen it. It's pretty cool. But the way that the guns worked in that was really neat. With, like, the different ranges and stuff. Mage Cannoneer and Engage was kind of cool. It was basically just like a lamer version of Ballistician, right? It requires you to play the DLC, so I think I'm, like, inherently opposed to it. But I did like that it scales off of dex. I think if there were to make, like, a gunner class, either fixed damage or scaling off of dex would probably be the way to go. I just played this game for the first time, but with a different translation, so hearing all of the names is throwing me off. That's fair. It's throwing me off just because I'm so used to the other translation. We're gonna use speed up in order to get through this, because god, FE4 no speed up challenge. Myrmidon scaling off of dex would also make sense. Yeah, I do think, if not necessarily a whole class, but like maybe specific weapons or whatever, scaling off of it would be kind of cool. You know, lean into the Dungeons and Dragons or Dark Souls or whatever inspiration you want to take. Hey, thanks for saving us. I want you to have this. It's one of my favorite things. It's a pretty little bracelet, huh? Wear it at the shop and the nice man there will give you a discount. The bargain band. Alright, so I think we just wait until the end of turn 50. So we're done with lover points, and then we move on to the next castle. Alright, and now... it's Lewyn's time to shine. Once more. Actually, I wonder... I wonder if, should we sell the light brand to start getting kills on it? Sell it to, like, Arden or something? No, I think we go for Critical Elwind. I think Critical Elwind... So Critical Lightbrand's really good, though. Elwind, we have 8 kills on. Alright, I think we sell Lightbrand. To Arden. Oh, but can he afford it? How much does Lightbrand, the current Lightbrand, cost? He probably can't afford it, can he? Poland might be able to. Oh, Arden hasn't even attempted to go through the arena yet. Okay, let's send him through with the Power Pursuit. See if we can get it. Sorry, this is gonna be how this is. This is gonna be how this is, right? It's gonna be slow and steady. Just like Arden. Do you know what mod tools are made available with the patch? I do not, but they will be listed in the Serenus Forest link, which is, below. Linked below. The thread. I mean. Ardent broke. Yeah, and I don't want to do a gold dump on him either. Can he beat the Fire Mage? He'll double. He'll definitely double. Who says mages are good against armors? Lightbrand is 6,000 gold. Well, he can afford it now. Can't afford the magic ring, which I would like on him. Almost. There we go. What's up? My car, why?
Oh, the lid broke on
Yeah, it's in the passenger seat of my car.
Okay.
I think my keys are hanging up. Are they not?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure they're hanging up on the hook.
Okay.
But yeah, it's in the passenger seat of my car. Arden Gaming. We are Arden Gaming. Let's see what happens. Okay, well, we saw what happened. Lil Nordion. We did Arden Gaming in FE6, and now we're doing Arden Gaming in FE4. The illusion of free choice. FE6, FE4, Arden Gaming. Okay, so the Lightbrand is 48. So that'll be doubled. That'll be about 10,000. Alright, Arden can afford it. Alright, so the strategy is going to be Arden and Lewyn defense bros. Poor Leaf is gonna get blown away. We'll sell it back to Ethlin. I'm just trying to get kills on it for I'm just trying to get kills on it for Gen 2. I'm gonna stagger these saves real quick so that I can see what the makeup of these enemies is. I'll read that cutscene when we're actually advancing. I just want to see... Okay, so you have bows, axes, lances, and you have the Rider's Bane and a javelin. Okay. So no mages. Still on Crisis in Augustria. The funny thing is we didn't even start this map this stream. We started it last stream. You go here. Okay. We are almost ready. Chapter 2, you gotta chunk out like a whole afternoon or evening. Especially streaming, because like... I think things go slower while you're streaming. Good. Makari is ours. That leaves the capital, Augusti. Indeed, sire, but don't get too careless. We've been informed that Augusti still hosts a sizable defensive force. We gotta take the utmost care. You're right. Who knows what that Chagall has up his sleeve? The ability to read chat, speak, and play is something. Multitasking. Multitasking. So, we do want to try to get, the boss kill with, Lex, because this is one of only 2 droppable swords, and it means that that's how, Ulster can get inheritance. So if I can get this kill with Lex, it's good. What? Mockery has fallen too. Ugh. Zane! Your unit's our last line of defense. Take the field immediately.
Yes, sire, but...
Cease your whining and get out there. Chagall, so quick to panic at the first sign of trouble, are we? You! Manfroy! If it weren't for your schemes, I wouldn't be in this mess. How in the blazes will you fix this? You exaggerate my role. All I did was advise the removal of the king. Obstacle to your ambition as he was. All else was your choice. Can you doubt this? Damn it all! How is Sigurd's little army even this strong? It isn't fair! Manfroy, I'm begging you, help me! What am I supposed to do now? As I said, it isn't over. As a last resort, I do believe you have a fellow imprisoned here. Yes, I speak of Eldigan. Eldigan and Sigurd have been associates for years. Sigurd will unquestionably listen to Eldigan's counsel. Of course, Eldigan can't do that while locked up, can he? Go apologize to him. Yes, of course! Surely Eldigan is the answer. Now, if you'll excuse me. Ugh, what a simpleton. Your Excellency, I bear news from the east. Just now I bore witness to the assassination of Prince Kurth. Is that so? Excellent. This grows more interesting if I do say so myself. With Kurth's death, there remains but a single scion to Naga's holy lineage, and that old fool can hardly see our needs die. Then, all that will remain is the restoration of the Dark One, and the world will belong to us. What of Duke Arvis, Your Excellency? Is he in agreement with your plan? Why, of course! As a bearer of the Dark One's blood, what choice does he have? Not even one of Arvis's stature can afford a wielder of the wider world learning of his dark heritage, lest he be burned at the stake. Could a man as prideful of Arvis bear to meet such an end? So he will betray his king and style himself emperor, and indeed. But that will not be enough. Arvis alone cannot restore the Dark God. We still need one more person. That woman's daughter. Men, move out! We may die here today, but we shall die by the fatherland's name. Manfroy is such a fucking Redditor. All right, let's enter the castle, repair our javelin. What is in each of these villages? FE4 chapter 2. Because I know one of them has the wing clipper. Or maybe the armor cutter. Okay. Number C is the armor cutter. And everything else is just gold. Okay. So this is the armor cutter. I think we grabbed the armor cutter on Erin. I like that on her. As for who else gets the gold, I kind of got to figure that out later. Lachesis has a lot of gold already. Who else are like gold-hungry units, though? Lewyn kind of is, actually, but he can go through the arena. Edain kind of is, but we gave her a lot already. Ethlyn kind of is. Finn a little bit. Ethlyn's gonna need to buy the light brand back, but she can also sell her staves, right? Oh, you know, Sylvia actually wants a lot of gold. Let's send Sylvia. Staff users and Lex. Lex did just spend a lot of gold. That's true. Lex did just spend a lot of gold. I think he has a decent amount to just repair. Like, yeah, he can full repair the Brave Axe. I keep forgetting how cheap the Brave Axe is. I don't think Lex needs the gold. You might want to keep a healer behind. Evie would make a neat novel if told through the journals of various... Oh, like an oral history. That would be kind of cool, yeah. God, Lex is so incredible. Look at this shit. Look at this goddamn unit. I could get him promoted for the next map. That would be pretty awesome. Like, we just need one level. I think it's very doable. Paragon is such a stupid skill. Okay, we're not beating Kamos, but that's okay. Kamos is really difficult to beat. Lex is such a Giga Chad, he never needs extra gold. I mean, he's just staring at y'all. He's just staring at y'all menacingly. Okay, so if you're here, we go... The Javelin here. Nisha's job is to continuously fail at the arena so that we can heal with Lachesis. Look at all the thickets, they give 40%. Do they actually? I thought they were just impassable. The forests give 20. Where's the thicket? Oh, it does give 40. But, like, no one can ever stand on it, so what's the point, right? I think, like, brigands can stand on it and that's it. Okay, let's get the armor cutter. We can't thank you enough for helping us. This here sword's the best we can do. It's an unusual sword, isn't it? You call it an Ironbane sword. In the right hands, it'll cleave through the thickest armor. If your hands ain't right hands, though, maybe you can make a quick butt at the pawn shop. Ironbane's... What?! I'm trying to be positive. Genuinely, how did they come to the conclusion that Ironbane Sword was a better name than Armor Slayer or Armor Cutter? Like, Armor Slayer is the traditional sword that is effective against armors. Armor Cutter is the old, literal translation. I expected Armor Slayer, because it's more accurate to modern times. Armor Slayer's been a thing since, like, FE7. Yeah. Armor Slayer's been a thing for forever. Have they ever named the Armor Slayer something different than Armor Slayer? Like, genuinely? Aside from the literal translation Armor Cutter in the fan translation, which, like, I like to joke about, but I do think for consistency's sake, naming it Armor Slayer just makes more sense. Ironbane Sword is really weird. Banneret was one thing, this is completely different. I think Banneret sounds cool, and like, Duke Knight is a class that's only ever in Judgirl games, so like, giving it a new name doesn't really matter to me, right? Ironbane Sword, the Armor Slayer is something that is in other Fire Emblem games. There's not really a justification for like, giving it a weird new name. And if you're trying to go with the literal translation, we already know what that is. It's Armor Cutter. So I just don't understand, like, our Ironbane Sword doesn't even communicate what the sword does. Like, it's an armor effective sword. The Bane or Iron, maybe trying to be as faithful to the Japanese text as possible. This feels like... But, like... Translation and transcription are not the same thing, right? Like, I don't know, this feels like the people who complain that, like, translators don't just go to Google Translate. If we have a pre-established name for what that sword does, Duke Knight is literally what it's called in Japanese. Really? Yeah, so then, like, I don't know about Banneret. I'm personally, like, still fine with Banneret just because, like... Again, we don't have an equivalent, so if you're, like, taking liberties with that, I can understand it. Like, it's definitely a liberty, but it's not the worst thing in the world, you know? The Japanese class is Duko Naito. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, I apologize. Like, I think Banneret is a badass name. I think Onslaught is a badass name, right? I think those are the sorts of liberties that you take, is it's like, yes, we have the literal translation in Japanese, but we've never had that class in English. So we don't know what IS would have named it, right? So that's the sort of thing where there's a justifiable liberty to take. Imagine calling Duke Knight Dragoon on the basis that it can only use lances. Is Dragoon from a English game? Or English translation? The thing about Armor Cutter, though, is like Armor Slayer is something we have what IS calls it, because I don't believe that we need to, like, fully match the literal translation, but I do think if there's a pre-established name for what this weapon is always called, you know, it would be like if, like, I don't know if, it would be like if a Pokemon fan game, right? there's some moves in Pokemon and abilities in Pokemon that, like, the literal translation is not what we English speakers are familiar with. So it would be like if a Pokemon fan translation took, like, adaptability and translated it to be literally what it is in Japanese. But that makes it harder to parse for a Pokemon fan base that grew up with the English Pokemon games, right? Even if it's technically more accurate, it is less helpful. Does that make sense? Tobin was originally called Robin until Awakening came out. Iron Cutter might be too literal. Ironblade Sword is what they felt was most loyal to the essence. But, like, again, we have a name for it, though. We have Armor Slayer as the name that is the officially used name. When it comes to bringing it, I would say it's a problem when it comes to bringing it to a 2025 audience. Yeah, exactly. And, like, so this is aiming to be for a modern audience, right? The bizarre, more literal translations, I think, made a lot more sense in the older ones, where there was not a large English-speaking Fire Emblem audience. But I think if IS has, because for, like, you know, something like the Horse Slayer, right? The Horse Slayer doesn't have a consistent name, and so it could be called the Rider's Bane, it could be called the Horse Slayer, it could be called something else entirely. And that doesn't really, like, matter to me. Picking a weapon that has an established and consistent name and just giving it a different one because of, like, literal accuracy just feels like a misunderstanding of the difference between translation and, like, localization. I guess it does market itself as a translation patch, but, like, I don't know, it's making me think of the Anna stuff, right? Where people got mad about, like, censorship whenever something that's localized gets changed. In contrast, Tearing Saga has a fan translation that intentionally changed some of the names to align with Fire Emblem names. Because a lot of the skills in Tearing Saga are just skills from Fire Emblem, stuff like Luna, Astra, etc. But because of the lawsuit between IS and Kaga, they had different names. And the Tearing Saga fan translation just, instead of taking the literal name for those skills, it named them after what they were in Fire Emblem terms, right? And I think that is the way you approach a fan translation where it's like, you know the audience you're aiming for, right? Yes, it might be more accurate to call Astra Dragons. It's called, like, Dragons. Hold on. Tearing Saga. TRS. Okay, I'm pulling up WOD because WOD has the actual translations on it, and I can tell you what they are. But, like, what conveys more information is to call them by their Fire Emblem names, right? So, Tearing Saga, let's go, I think it's map 29? So, Dragon Saint is Astra. Having a character like a Swordmaster join with the skill Dragon Saint, if you're like an entrenched Fire Emblem player, you don't know what the fuck that means. But if that same character joins with Astra, suddenly now you know what they're talking about, right? Does that make sense? Am I like... I don't know if I'm making sense or not. Ironbane is a term from Fire Emblem Warriors. Is that... I mean, okay. So it does have an official use case. However, are we calling fire tomes iron tomes now, right? Like... The explanation is based off of Warrior's Ironbane Stone, whose Japanese reflects the naming convention of this sword. Wait, Ironbane Stone? So it's not... The Ironbane sword is not a warrior's weapon? Hang on, I have to look this up. I don't like it either way, but I have to look it up so I know how much I dislike it. Ironbane sword, FE Warriors. In Fire Emblem Warriors, it's named Armorbane sword, which at least conveys information. Ironbane doesn't tell us shit. Blank level for the princess. She'll make up for it. She will make up for it with her promotion bonuses. They're gonna change stuff for the 30th anniversary, and I hope they change this. I would hope so too. Or at least, like, maybe release 2 versions, right? For enthusiasts who want the literal stuff, and for people who just want, like, call it, like, elitist translation and casual translation or something, right? Although those are kind of loaded terms. Those are kind of loaded terms. A lot of people see them as insults. Mostly because a lot of people use them as insults, right? People see them as insults because they're frequently used as such. I don't know. I don't think they should be considered insults, but I also think, like, they're slung around so much, they're kind of loaded terms. I describe my playthroughs as casual. I think if you're not doing a challenge run, it's accurate to describe your playthrough as casual. But I also understand the sort of, like, loadedness that comes with the idea of, like, a filthy casual. But I don't think casual has to mean inexperienced. I think elitist is a term that couldn't escape being pejorative. I think when using it to apply to other people, it's always pejorative, but I do know a lot of people will self-describe themselves as elitists, and I think if you're owning the label, it's fine. To me, calling yourself an elitist is very similar to talking about, like, this is my autistic hyperfixation, right? But maybe not necessarily for, like, an autistic person, like an ND person might, or a neurotypical person might. Oh, did I forgot to equip the light brand. I've been looking forward to more FE4 now that it's time. I'm 3 hours late. Shoot, I'm sorry, buddy. You missed Lawn Discourse and Nintendo Switch 2 Discourse. But you came just in time for Arden. Yay for Arden. Granville's dogs stand no chance in the face of my warrior's pride. I'll put an end to your rampage. This is a lot more damage than I expected on Arden. First off, let's... Oh, did I not? I didn't purchase it. Wait, okay. Okay. So we'll do that. And go here, equip the Slim Lance. Move all y'all up. I've never seen Arden promote before, and I don't know if I ever will. Well, if this playthrough goes according to plan, you just might. If this playthrough goes according to plan, you just might. Calling yourself an elitist is kind of like insulting yourself as a joke. In this case, you don't intend to be mean to yourself and no one's going to get offended, but it is still pejorative. That's fair. That is fair. Nice. Arden's speed. Arden's speed moment. Arden fastens. Arden's dodging. That speed matters. The beautiful 8-speed Arden. Isn't he 5-speed? I thought he was 5-speed. He's weighed down by Light Tome, because the light brand is like L Light or Shine or something at 2 range. So he's weighed down by that. But he's not weighed down at one range, or at least not as much, you know? Granville's dogs stand no chance in the face of my warrior's pride. I'll put an end to your rampage. Can we double Zane? He has the javelin. I think we stagger this save. Zane's the one with the Horse Slayer, right? Yeah. Zane's got the Rider's Bane. Okay. I think we live a single Rider's Bane hit. Lightbrand says it weighs 5. It lies, though. It lies, though. No, this is the beginning of the end for Augustria. I never do anything about the light brand. Does it use the light spell data? I believe it's L light or shine. I might be wrong though. Nosferatu? No, it does not use the Nosferatu data. It's significantly heavier at 2 range because it's using a spell data. But I forget which spell. It's the one that Sed comes with. Oh, well then it's just light. Yeah. Oh, we fucked up. Okay, hold on. All right, and then you go here. And that keeps Lex safe. You go over here. There we go. Okay. Mend is so fucking good in this game. I think we end here. Alright, they're going for Beowulf. That's fine. Oh, right, we have Vantage. I forgot. I always forget Arden has Vantage. It means that these low HP fools will just attack into him and die. I wonder what the Wing Slayer will be. Yeah, it's... So the old translation was Wing Clipper. This is Wing Slayer. I don't know. Does anyone know? Someone said that they'd like seen from the team or whatever, their justification. Do you know what the Wing Slayer's called? So we can prepare ourselves either for excitement or for dread? Oh, this hit rates, this... Arden's gonna have to dodge. Arden's gonna have to dodge. Flying Bane Sword! I'm sorry, I don't like that. 35, dodge. Ugh. Okay. He blows up the castle. Actually, I want to do something slightly different. We go down here and we equip the hand axe. We heal. Jav. Then Quan. Alright, so now we got Arden Gaming. It's used from Warriors. OMG, you should promote Sigurd. Smiley face. Yo, magic. Okay, please let us keep this level up. Please let us keep this Arden level. He just needs to... He's not dodging any of these low percentage hits, which is cringe. Okay, he dodged one. We got one. Oh, is Quan gonna be okay? There's a shortcut to castles. Yes, there's... I think it's R is units and L is castles. But I might be wrong. I might be misremembering. Oh, Arden! 75! He's goated! Is Quan dead, though? Quan, stop adapting! Quan, stop adapting. That's my goat, Arden. Meanwhile, Lewyn over here. Mr. I don't level up. Okay, that was huge! He learned that from Arden! He learned to dodge a 97 from Arden! Is this the last one? No. Fuck. Oh, god damn it. Oh, god damn it. Y'all, I think I fucked up hard. I think we're kind of fucked. I was trying to do Arden gaming, and it is not paid off. Their AI will now be random. Which is good. Sigurd, we need your help. Killing the boss makes their AI more random. Yo, Rez. Aaron goes here. Arden smartens. Alright, alright. Hope this is enough. You could have Arden retreat. So, if Arden retreats... Well, first off, his movement is too low. He can't get out of enemy range. But also, if Arden retreats, we run into the problem where... Like, Quan is the one who died there, right? There's just so many enemies. Usually, so my usual strategy is to put Lewyn on the castle, because he has just such high avoid that he, like, Avo tanks, but I thought I would try to be... like, tricky and use the Arden Lightbrand, get some Lightbrand kills, and it did not work out. If only Ethlyn could reach Arden. Yeah, I don't think she can heal him while he's on the castle, though. Like, I legitimately don't think she can. We're getting Jav kills. That's good. Like, Sigurd will get some Jav kills. I want Lightbrand kills, though. Like, I don't want to just give the Lightbrand to Sigurd, because Sigurd is getting Jav kills, right? But I do want Lightbrand kills. For Leaf's sake. If Quan must die for Arden to morb everyone, then that is a sacrifice worthy. No, because we lose Ethlyn if Quan dies. Like, Quan's quite good. Leaf needs it. Yeah. The Valkyries are annoying, because I would love to have Arden just, like, vantage people. But for the most part, like, they're fucking it up. (27 minus 9), that's 18. Alright, so Lex can set this kill up for Arden. Yeah, we can't heal Arden while he's on here without, like, Physic or something. So I think what we do is this. We just chip these people a bunch and hope that Arden can kill as many of them as possible with Vantage. Alright, I think we just end here. Arden's second trial. It's the trial of Arden, like the trial of Alm. All good lords get one. Why are you attacking the archer? Well, I mean, set up a kill for Arden at least. Look at that Arden gaming. And now we have Vantage online. Now we have Vantage online because we're below half HP. Unfortunately, we do not Vantage kill this guy. This one we do, though. There's that extra strength and speed. Fast and strong. Unfortunately, once again, not this guy. But now they can't reach Arden. Okay, now they can't reach Arden. Because he moved full move. So I think what we do now... I think Arden is good to enemy phase now. He'll get healed a little bit. The two fucking troubadours are so obnoxious, though. Sorry, 3 fucking troubadours. So he heals up. Not as much as I would like him to. Alright, Arden, get another Lightbrand kill. Oh, damn. He made it through the arena. Or he made it through the Myrmidon. Oh, because we were using those miss RNs that Arden had. Did you save? Yeah, I save every turn. It's an auto. Come on. Good job, Lewyn. Alright, and then we do this. Ah, damn. I was hoping to just set up the kill for Arden. I think if it stands, as it stands though, we're pretty good. Because we'll vantage this guy. We do eat a hit from the land sky, but that's only 7, I believe. 22 minus 15 is 7. Okay, gambling happens instead. That's okay. Lewyn getting kills isn't the end of the world, because like I said, critical Elwind is pretty good. So we eat a hit from this guy. Oh my god, Arden. Oh! Really, buddy? His accuracy is so fucking meme. Let's see if this is enough. Just not sending him through the arena a second time. Arden, you fuck! I'm getting sick of your shit, Arden. I'm getting real sick of your shit, Arden. Okay, I sent him through an extra time this time. Not Arden Gaming. There we go! Okay, at 15 HP, he should live. Alright, he Vantage kills everyone except for these two. I think we're good. The brain is not braining. We have been at this Arden for a while. When do you recruit Leonardo from the Dawn Brigade? Thomas Quack, thank you for the kind $2 donation. Leonardo is a Gen 2 unit, actually. So, it's a tragedy of the ages that Leonardian don't get to be united. Because Leonardo comes from the second game in his series. And Arden comes from the first one, the first gen. This is so sad. They can only unite during the crossover of Embad. Leonardo replacement unit. Oh, the hit rates are cringe. Your Honor, the hit rates are cringe. These hit rates are very questionable. Downright questionable hit rates. Alright, at least eventually Arden will kill. One RN hit rates. Yeah, the fact they're 1 RN makes them like... I mean, they're as bad as they appear, but they're worse than you would normally associate them with because of GBA. Anyone who's played Fire Emblem 4 knows about it. Yeah. Okay, we're doing good here. We're doing good work. We're doing the Lord's work. Arden's work. Fuck, his strength is going bazonkers. We get some gold. And we get some Arden. He climbed down from his perch for this. Shit. How many are FE1 hit bar brained? The FE1 hit bar is so fucking funny. I'll be honest, I'm like, sir, I'd say I'm like sort of 2RN brained, but like, I enjoy 1RN for what it is, right? Sometimes I'll choose 1RN when I'm given the option, just because I think it can be fun sometimes. FE1 and FE2 are kind of just vibes. They really do be, though. Honest and silly RN. One RN is what most games have, so I'm so unbothered by it. Yeah, but I know a lot of FE fans, like, it's the fucking 90% needs to always hit brain rot. How many kills do we have on Lightbrand now? 16. Arden did good. Arden did good right there. Arden did good. And we can get some more with the armors as well. Arden did quite good right there. We're very proud of our boy. Most modern games have hybrid RN. Most modern Fire Emblems do, yes. Are you gonna play through Chapter 3 in this stream as well? I have been live for 4.5 hours. No. I'm sorry to disappoint, but no. Absolutely, positively not. Arden, would you like to fucking hit the broadside of the barn? Thank you. Arden is grinding heavy armor right now. He's trying to build rank so he can become a fortress knight. Yo, we can promote Ethlyn soon. That's gonna be hype. Alright, let's get Sylvia all of her money. I think it's better to be as transparent as possible about hit rates. I agree, but I think most people disagree. And most people will accuse, like, the actual accurate hit rates of being lies. It's why there's, like, the fucking Focus Blast never hitting. Like, it's a meme, but a lot of people think it's not a meme. We gotta move Dew forward as well, because I want to steal their lunch money. Wait, where is Dew? Oh, I sent him... Right, I used the return staff to get him out of the way, so we could feed that kill to Arden. You know what? Let's finish up Arden Gaming. Let's finish up the Arden Gaming, and then we'll do a grind sesh. I would be fine with adjusting the hit formula so it produces quote-unquote more consistent results. What do you mean by that? Like, just make it literally 2RN, but it displays something different or something? The main point is just to be transparent. I mean, if you're telling a percentage that's different than the actual percentage, it's never gonna truly be transparent, though, right? I might be misunderstanding you because I've been in the FE4 brain drain zone. Like, I'm kind of just in the brain drain zone right now. My brain's not super working good, but we have to Arden game. It's legally required, actually. Believe it or not. Most people don't know that, but it is. Two RN for calculations, it displays the real RN to the player. But the point of 2RN isn't like calc stuff, it's to make, because like we as humans are really bad at assessing probability. Just look at how people talk about average stats, right, when evaluating units, and the way people... Oh, it boils my blood when people don't understand. Not really, like, I don't care, but to exaggerate, to be a YouTuber, like, I have to exaggerate. It boils my blood and grinds my gears when people think that averages are, like, guaranteed as opposed to a range. Oh, the decimal thing. The fact that OifiBot displays averages as a decimal has done so much damage to the way that people, like, conceptualize average stats, because they are a very useful metric if we're like evaluating units, right? But they shouldn't be displayed as a decimal. It should be a range. It's a much more accurate way of putting it, even if it's only a range of two numbers, like 13 to 14 strength on average, as opposed to 13.6, because then what ends up happening is people will say, well, 13.6 rounded up is 14, therefore the fact I'm at 13 means I'm stat screwed. People also very quickly jump on the fact that they're stat screwed if they're like 1 point behind average. The point of the averages, right? The point of average stats is it's what you can expect on average, but the odds of getting your exact average stats are actually incredibly low. It's much more likely that you get off from them, right? So the way that we think about averages, it should be like they're around that level. But they might be, and if they're like 1 or 2 points higher or lower, you're still on par. You're only really stat screwed or stat blessed when you get to the point where you are, when you get to the point where you are missing or getting a stat like 5 to 6 times in a row that you should or shouldn't. Like if you have an 80% speed growth and you miss speed 6 times in a row, then I think you can say your stat screwed. But like, I was in a Discord and someone was like, my Edward is level 4 and he's defense screwed. Or my Edward got 4 levels and he's defense screwed. And I looked at it. Edward Radiant Dawn has a 20% defense growth. The expected growth after 4 levels is 0 to 1. You literally cannot be defense screwed. Well, but it's 0.8. You round it up. Not how averages work. Not how Fire Emblem averages work, especially. I'm getting heated. I played it up and then I got actually heated. I was like exaggerating for the YouTube bit and now I'm actually heated. Now it actually grinds my gears. Edward lost defense. He got negative growths was how he got screwed. He got accidentally negative growths. I accidentally applied a negative growth patch to my Radiant Dawn. That's such bad RN. But Fire Emblem fans do not know how to do math. Like, it's a bit of a meme because sometimes, like, especially in games like this, where it's relatively easy, doing the math is like, sometimes I just slam it, right? Sometimes I just slam, like, the forecast expectation or whatever. Every copy of Radiant Dawn is personalized. Changing my name to Tom so I can steal all the cookies. Wait, what's going on? I don't understand. Yo! Okay. Lex is ready to ball. Lex is ready to ball. "21 kills on the light brand. We're here. We're gaming." Now we gotta go repair it. This is, we're basically done with the map. This is just cleanup now. Should I put the fucking Subway Surfers on? Because it's just cleanup. Are y'all ready for the Subway Surfers? Y'all eat this slop up. Put on Garfield cart? Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. I can get Garfield cart. Give me a second. I have to download the Garfield cart. Give me a second, but I can get Garfield cart for y'all. You fucking... Okay, so I had the options of a bunch of different quality ones, but I think the most appropriate thing to do is to go with the lowest quality. So we're getting 360p Garfield cart. Garf. Cart. Loop. Play.
3.
Can y'all hear that? Can y'all hear Garfield cart? Is it too loud? Here, we'll put it down to here. That's Garf cart. You know what? No, Garf cart above chat. We're cutting off your messages. Garfield is the gatekeeper of chat. Okay. We need to make this more unhinged, though.
Peggy 3.
We can put Subway Surfer, right? It's not allowed to cover up Garfield, though. So Subway Surfer there. Add an AI voice reading Reddit posts. I'm not gonna do that, but I will add Minecraft parkour if you want. Can this just be the normal stream layout?
Peggy 3.
Parkour. Wait, whoops.
Peggy 3.
Why is it making noise? I don't want it to. I don't want it to make noise. Can y'all hear that? I don't like that. I don't like that noise. Okay, we'll go like this.
Peggy 3.
You can be like... What do we think, like... Where do we want this? Where do we want Minecraft parkour? What if we put Minecraft parkour in the corner of Garfield cart?
Peggy 3.
How's that? Perfect. This is a Fire Emblem stream. We're in TikTok mode. Okay, TikTok mode activated. Now. We need Dew to steal the Ballista's lunch money. And then Arden's gonna kill them with the light brand. God, the double Minecraft parkour in the corners of Garfield Kart is so disorienting. You need an AI voice now? I mean, the way that we get AI voice, not to be a shameless fucking shill, but you can summon the AI voice by paying text-to-speech, smiley face. So it's you know, it's relatively easy.
Peggy 3.
So I'm sorry to all the Arden gamers, but he is selling the Pursuit Band, but it's for good reason. He needs to fix the light brand.
Peggy 3.
Wah wah wee wah. Wait, can y'all hear that? Did it go through? Did y'all? I heard wah wah wee wah. Thank you for the $2 donation. Did that go through? I heard it. Okay. I didn't hear it. Oh, I just heard it. Okay. I think it's slightly delayed for me. How much gold does Dew currently have? Would a money dump from Dew let Lewyn get the Pursuit Band? It would not. Okay. So I think Lewyn needs to get some villages too.
Peggy 3.
Not just Sylvia. Because I want Pursuit on Lewyn. And he needs... Well, actually, he hasn't been through the arena yet. He can probably get quite a lot in the arena. I forgot he hasn't been to the arena yet. I didn't hear the wah wah wee wah. I can replay it.
Here we go.
Did that play for you this time? It played the DK rap. It should have also played wah wah wee wah. I heard wah wah wee wah. I only heard the DK intro. No TTS. I have no minimum set for TTS, and I heard it on my end. Because it went wah wah wee wah. It said it like really fast and weird. Okay, the replay did not play TTS. But the first play did. Chat is gaslighting the streamer. Are y'all gaslighting me? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. False, untrue. I heard it the first time, but not the second time. I didn't hear it on replay. I can turn up the TTS volume.
Here we go.
We were to Electric Boogaloo.
If I turn up the TTS volume, will it work? Wah wah we want to Electric Boogaloo. Thank you for the $2 donation, Elena Aladdin. Elena Ayadin. Sorry, am I pronouncing that wrong? So if I hit replay, will it play the text again? No. So replay does not appear to do the text a second time. I wonder if I can fix that. It says it really fast. Maybe it's just interpreting it as like very hyper. wonder why it won't let me replay the text. It used to let me fully replay the text.
Peggy 3.
Alana Edain. Thank you, Alana Edain. Oh my god, he's not dodge tanking. As a streamer, you have free reign to rename us all. In that case, every single one of you is now named Arden. You're welcome.
Peggy 3.
It's just RNG. He'll get it eventually. Holy moly. It's better than my birth name. Ain't that a fucking mood? Arden is easier to pronounce.
Peggy 3.
I mean, Alana is easy to pronounce. It's just that I know someone IRL named Elena who spells it the exact same name, the exact same way. So that's why, like, I didn't default to Alana, you know? It's not that Alana is this, like, completely arbitrary, impossible to figure out new name. We can promote Lex. Lex, congratulations, you're getting a promotion with this as the fucking background. You're getting a promotion during TikTok era. Arden Alana Edain is a tongue twister. Are y'all excited for Garf Kart 2 All You Can Drift? I'm excited for Garfield Kart 2 All You Can Drift. It's gonna be epic.
Peggy 3.
Alright, we move Arden up. Can do you think Do can dodge tank? We have to dodge tank with Do. 23, okay, it's pretty good. Not the greatest at the moment. Okay, if Do goes here, he only has to dodge tank 2 of them. What do you think of Lewyn Forsetti? Oh, that he's like possessed, right? Is that the theory? The Lewyn Forsetti theory that he dies and he gets possessed? Is it even a theory? I'm pretty sure it's basically confirmed, right? There's like a cutscene that basically confirms it. So, like, does it count as a theory? I would say it's not even a theory at this point, that it's just confirmed. It's in post-game cutscenes. Yeah.
Peggy 3.
It's, like, heavily implied. It's one of those things where, like, people say it's not confirmed because Lewyn doesn't literally turn to the camera and say it. But it is, like, so heavily implied. I think a lot of people lack the level of media literacy. We're gonna have to rig for these dodges now, but we can do that. I think a lot of people lack the, like, basic media literacy when it comes to stuff like that. Did my name change? Oh my god. Arden Emerson. Oh my god, it did. Your name did change. Fucking epic. Legendary, in fact. It explains his Gen 2 behaviors. It explains his Gen 2 behaviors. It explains how he lived. It explains how he knows so much that the character Lewyn should not know. But it's also, like, I think most importantly, it's basically just confirmed. Because I think a lot of people, for something to be confirmed, they want a character to, like, turn to screen and say it out loud. But I feel like you don't need that. There's plenty of, like...
Peggy 3.
There's plenty of, like, heavy implication or, like, reading between the lines or stuff that you can do. I think we have to go... consider, like... So he doubles with the javelin, right? And he kills... It's just... -3. Weight 30. Yeah. I would like to get these kills with Arden. I guess the way I can do that is by killing Chagall, but I also wanted Lex to be the one to do that for the Silverblade purposes.
Peggy 3.
Maybe Beowulf can, like, set up a kill for Arden, because he kind of sucks, so he's got, like, low enough HP. Dog ad on the Minecraft. Oh, right, because I'm playing it directly off of YouTube. Holy crap, Lois. I feel like this is significantly less unhinged
Peggy 3.
than usual. Like, the usual grind sessions are much more unhinged. Although, like, in those also, there's a lot less to look at. Because I do think, like, the battle forecasts and stuff are, like, relevant. Oh, we kill him.
Peggy 3.
No Ice Rider, no Crab Rave, no Peter the Horse is here. I can switch over to Crab Rave if you want. Would you like Crab Rave? No? Okay. I like the FE4 music, right? It's chill. And we have like, the thing about if we played Crab Rave, it would clash with Garfield Cart. You have the audio from Garf Cart, right? So, like, we have our own unhinged stuff going on.
Peggy 3.
It's calm unhinged. Yeah, we've been playing this map for, well, we've been playing this stream for 5 hours, this map for longer than that. So the unhingedness has been, you know, somewhat dialed down, sort of by necessity of my brain just can't necessarily take it all, right? And I feel like your brains are also probably can't take it all. Chapter 3 is not too bad. I actually like Chapter 3 quite a lot. It's probably the best chapter in Gen 1. It's a chapter where it feels like there's something for everyone in your army to do. Except for Deirdre's, poor Deirdre. Oh, so with this next ballista, Do will have enough money for Lewyn to afford the pursuit band with just a Do dump. So Sylvia can just visit all the villages now.
In Finney's, Lord Macbeth is the foulest, most gold-obsessed man there is. He does nothing but torment us for his own profit. I wish I could kill him with my bare hands.
This is the real grind, though, right? This is the real grind. This is what we really need to grind. Thank God there's Subway Surfers. I wouldn't be able to watch this otherwise. You mean Garfield Kart isn't enough for you? I think the trailer for Garf Kart 2 All You Can Drift should be enough for you, personally. I feel like it's a little bit selfish of you to pretend that Garf Kart isn't enough on its own. How many viewers do we have, actually? Let's see, did we scare people away? Are the FE4 viewers more distinguished and civilized than the FE6 viewers? Did they run away at the sign of TikTok? Don't even think about underestimating me. You don't stand a chance of besting me. Because when we did it on Embad, I actually gained viewers, even though I was trying to scare you away. Oh, we lost viewers! We lost viewers! We did it! We did it, chat! We lost viewers!
Peggy 3.
Oh, right! This isn't the one that drops the silver sword. That's later. That's the second instance. This one drops Physic. So Lex came up here for no reason. The Brain Rot lost subscriber. Yo, I'm happy about that though. I'm happy about that though.
Peggy 3.
Not subscriber. I don't want to lose subscriber. Just viewers, so I can peacefully end the stream. They are too weak-willed to enjoy Garfield Emblem 4. Genealogy of the Carnivore. It do be something. It do be something. Level fucking 7. Let's go. FE4 viewers are not Giga Chads like Mbad viewers. That's one word for it. That's one word for it.
Peggy 3.
Well, if we don't need Lex, we can get the kill with Arden or Sigurd. Like, that'll be good. I wish they would at least attempt to incorporate gunpowder weapons. Yeah, it would be cool. Gunpowder would fit in really well with weather gimmicks. When it rains, your powder weapons can't fire. Oh, like FE7. Alright, let's just... Again, RNG it. You know, we'll just RNG it. Can do dodge tank. We steal the money. Okay, we stole his money. We can get out of here. 5,000 gold acquired. Off topic, but FE4 isn't too difficult. I wish it lost the stigma because of its crusty... It's very unique from other FE games, and I loved it.
Peggy 3.
I think so. Like the early the early era of Fire Emblem, the series was very experimental, right? And most games were pretty different from each other. And then FE6 kind of copied a lot of stuff from Thracia. Psst, wanna hear something saucy? You know how Lord Eldigan has a little sister, right? Well, looking at him, wouldn't you say there's more to it than that? You know what I mean? I love me a bit of gossip. I've better things to do than run my mouth, you say? Fine then. So they did not change that one. The incest village is still here. The wokes have lost. Hello, Locker Down. How are you?
Peggy 3.
But modern times Fire Emblem has sort of gotten back to that heavy experimental era, and I kind of love the sort of Silver Age we're in now, right? Silver Age of Fire Emblem experimentation. Like, we had the Golden Age back in the Kaga era, and now we're in kind of the Silver Age, I would say. Just using comic book terms. War is the most dreadful thing. 'Tis always the innocent and helpless who suffer the most for it. Please go home to your families. I adore Engage in Three Houses. And they're so different, right? Like, they just have so many systems and mechanics that are just wildly different from what you would expect. And I kind of love it. Even if I don't like Three Houses all that much, and I've fallen off of my Engage enjoyment, I appreciate that they're trying different stuff. I don't really like playing Engage, but I love everything it tried to do. See, that's how I feel about Three Houses. That's how I feel about Three Houses. I just saw your Mario Kart World video. Great stuff and well said. Thank you. I'm actually really happy with how that video's done in the algorithm. Especially because I kind of just threw it together this morning. Like, those thoughts have been cooking for a while, but I woke up at 2 in the morning and couldn't get back to sleep. So I decided to go upstairs and, like, watch some TV in my office. And then, like, I did a little bit of recording, and I just sort of threw it together. It was finally finished. Like, the editing process finished. Normally, I finish videos, like, a week or more before, but, so that my patrons can get, like, early access to them, right? But for topical stuff, and I would say that a Mario Kart World video is topical because you want to get it out, like, with a new game coming out, you want to get it out when people are thinking about whether or not they want to buy it, right? If they're looking, a lot of people are going to look for reviews immediately on launch, right? So,
Peggy 3.
I consider it topical. I sent them the audio once it was finished, but that was still only like 4 hours before the edit was done. I didn't answer the post. I got the This Is Fine thumbnail. I think the best thumbnail, and the one that I made first, that was initially going to be the only thumbnail, was Ron Swanson throwing the copy of Mario Kart Engage into the dumpster. Or Mario Kart World. Ugh, no! Spare me, please!
Peggy 3.
And now Arden can be a healer. Healer Arden. That was my favorite thumbnail. It was only last minute that I decided to make separate thumbnails. The great Lord Eldigan, Nordion, is a descendant of Hodor the Brave, one of the legendary 12 Crusaders. He wields Hodor's old weapon, Mistletoe, the Demon Blade. They say it's as strong as Isaac's Balmong or Chalfie's Tearfing, the 3 mightiest blades in all creation. Fire Emblem, 3 swords, only for Game Boy Advance. Who needs to go to the arena? You need to go to the arena.
Peggy 3.
We gotta do arena grinding stuff. Okay, Beowulf. Beowulf's gotta go to the arena. Let's see if after promotion Lex can do it. I don't think he'll be able to, but I think we might as well check, right? You, I guess, gotta go to the arena.
Peggy 3.
I want them to do a deep, interesting story, but I want them to make it less morally gray. Just make it simple and interesting. I kind of hate the way that moral gray has become sort of a watchword for idiots. Because I feel like anytime someone talks about morally gray stuff, I genuinely like when there are moral grays and, like, interesting ethical dilemmas. But I feel like anytime the average, like, discussion of morally gray comes up, there's always gonna be, like, about 1/5 of people who think to be morally gray is to have someone who does good thing but also bad thing. And oftentimes it's like, you know how the memes in video games are like moral choices are, would you rather be Mother Teresa or Adolf Hitler, right? Do you want to nuke the city or save the baby? Those are your true choices. I feel like for a lot of people, not a lot of people, a vocal minority of people, when they talk about moral grays, the moral grays are like, this character did both saving the baby and nuking the city. Isn't that so cool? Whereas like, I would say morally gray instead is not that, right? Is not containing the extremes of both good and bad. Morally gray is like the film Blue Velvet. Like, I would say I was just trying to think of a good example of morally gray stuff. Andor, actually. The television show Andor has there's a character who's like the head honcho of the rebellion, right? And there's a spy who tells him, like, hey, the Empire's planning on killing all these civilians. And he goes, okay, we're not gonna do anything about it. And the spy's like, why? And he goes, if we saved them, they would know that there was a spy, and eventually they would find you and kill you. It's more important for us to keep you in there. We can like prevent greater future harm, and unfortunately these people are going to be sacrificed. Or it's not civilians, it was, oh yeah, they were planning an attack, and they knew about the attack, and that the attack was a trap. And it was like, well, we need to, it's more important to keep you undercover than to make it, to reveal to them that there's a spy. There's still gotta be descendants of the Dark Lord Loptis living somewhere, right? Folk in the big cities like Augustine and Macquarie certainly think so. Every year they do these huge hunts for Loptis spawn. They arrest a ton of people, burn them all at the stake, even if they're innocent. Madness, I tell ya. Burn the witch. The Vavitch. can we...
Peggy 3.
Let's see if we can arena our way with Miracle Sword. Nice Jorb. Three Houses is an interesting narrative when you separate the lords from trying to decide who is correct. I hate that you have to make the choice, like, just based on vibes. I get that, like, they're not trying to... I mean... At least I'm pretty sure they're not trying to tell a serious political story. Because if they were, they wouldn't have you pick between Edelgard, Claude, and Dimitri based on, like, which one you want to be friends with, right? They really encouraged people to, like, pick a team.
Peggy 3.
I mean, even the fucking ring says, like, friendly rivals, right? The marketing made it seem like they're gonna be fighting against each other, but not as, like, fierce political rivals. I talked about that in my Aaron and Samson video, though, how much I really prefer the triangle strategy method. Actually, the first ever non-Let's Play video on my channel is about how triangle strategy does the Three Houses thing better. I have my issues with triangle strategy, like the fact that fucking one of the choices is, this is the choice where you free the slaves, and the other two you just let the slaves be slaves. And like, what?
Peggy 3.
And I remember that was what I chose for my first playthrough, right? Is it's like, yeah, obviously we freed the slaves. They've had to wait long enough, right? And I was talking about it in a Discord server, and someone was like, that's the basic bitch ending. And I'm like, well, obviously it's the most common one. I think most people
Peggy 3.
I think most, like, right, morally aligned people would say, like, freeing slaves equals good. I hate that it's kind of, the choice presented as what club do you want to join? Oops, now you're recruited. Yeah, I really wish, and a project I do want to work on is sort of a hypothetical rewrite of White Clouds. I'm probably going to call it Fixing White Clouds, as much as that sounds like an ego move, just because it does well in the algorithms. But I've had toppling around in my head a version of White Clouds where you are a teacher to all three houses. And the students you have available change from week to week, right? And on certain weeks, you can choose which house you align with. The Battle of Eagle and Lion and the Practice Battle, you get to choose, right? The Looking for Flame, you would choose whose investigation you want to join. But then for others, it's sort of like, hey, Byleth, you're assigned to this class this week, right? And so, like, for example, and this would solve the problem with, like, half of the White Clouds chapters feeling like they were designed for the Blue Lions. On those two chapters, you would be assisting the Blue Lions. That would just be, like, your assignment for the week. Yeah, you would rotate with the other professors. Like, in my vision, they'd, like, introduce it and be like, hey, you know, at this academy, in order to make sure all of our officers are, like, attuned to different combat styles, we have the teachers rotate and teach all classes, right? Because everyone has a different leadership style. You have mercenary experience, Manuel has medicine experience, Hanuman has crest stuff, right? And so we want them to get exposed to all of this. So we rotate every week. Since you're the new professor, we'll let you choose you know, who you want to be with for the practice battle, that sort of stuff. But then who you're assigned with for the missions, and you would still tutor everyone every week. Like, there would have to be some mechanical changes, probably. But you could still tutor everyone every week so you can focus on your basics, focus on your favorites. Because, like, the idea would be you're teaching everyone as a teacher, but then which class you're on the missions with gets rotated because they have missions because the story has it so that all 3 houses are doing missions simultaneously, but you just, like, never know what the other class's missions are, right? The late King Imco was truly a great man. His sudden passing has been nothing but devastating for us all. He's barely been buried for long, and his son Chikal's already running the country to the ground. If Lord Eldigan had a claim to the throne somehow, then we wouldn't be in this mess. That village, I like that village because it's a red herring. I thought that it was gonna be Eldigan does have a claim, that would be like the reveal or something. So I like that village for basically lying to you, right? Or at least implying something that it didn't need to. I would pay $80 for a Dimitri-only game. You mean like 3 houses, but it's only Blue Lions? Or do you mean like a spin-off game where you just play as Dimitri? Or do you mean like Oops All Dimitri, where it's 3 houses, but every character has been replaced with Dimitri? Many possibilities.
Peggy 3.
The Ironbane sword being so heavy that it weighs Aaron down? Oh wait, no it doesn't. She's not slower than the armor. She just missed last time. There we go. Okay, thank you. That was rough.
Peggy 3.
Just Dimitri. I need to give Dimitri a kiss. Well, you can't do that if it's just Dimitri. It would have to be Dimitri and you. Dimitri dating sim. What if it's like Dimitri Literature Club, right? Where it's Doki Doki Literature Club, but everyone's Dimitri, except for also Luigi from Mario is there for some reason.
Peggy 3.
God, you're still only level 8. This is gonna be the cringe of all time. Like, the map is literally over. How are 31 people? Oh no. Oh no, the TikTok has started to attract people. The TikTok has started to attract people. We now have more people than when we started. Oh, Minecraft parkour finished. Alright, chat. What are we watching next? Minecraft parkour finished. Put this one on. 2 hours of continuous Minecraft parkour. Scenic ambient download. We'll loop it. Skibbity toilet compilation. Maybe we'll save that for next time. Oh, whoops, I minimized it. And that made it go, wait, if I do this. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop.
Peggy 3.
Ain't that a bitch and a half. And then I can, I can flash my notifications up. Da, 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 da. Okay, let's.
Peggy 3.
Ooh, wait, if I. Ooh? Okay, I think we're good. Sorry, I got distracted and forgot I was streaming, so I just read my YouTube notifications. Bum ba dum ba dum ba dum ba. Alright, I think Sylvia goes over here. You go down here. As soon as Sylvia finishes getting the gold, we can just focus on the grind, right?
Peggy 3.
Beware of Bishop Clement, the Lord of Mockery Castle. That dastard wields a magical staff they call the Sleep Staff. If you're not careful, you'll find yourself snoozing and wide open to being attacked.
Alright, let's go to the pawnbroker. Grab the follow-up ring.
Peggy 3.
Now that we have the follow-up ring, can we get through the arena better? Oh, right, we already did.
Peggy 3.
Okay, we gotta send Beowulf. And I think he's the last... Oh yeah, Ethlin. Forgot about you. Let's just warp you home. As you can tell, I am normal about my favorite characters. Hey, I mean, like, being excited, though, like, it's an admirable trait.
Peggy 3.
I don't think there's anything to be ashamed of. Subway Surfers over the Three Houses discourse will attract viewers. Masterfully done. You're now able to change classes to Paladin. Would you like to do so? I am changing classes to Paladin.
Peggy 3.
Bow, now, 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 now. We can use lances now. That's kind of cool. A rank swords, still only C rank staves, but we can use lances. I forget, is there anything... We can buy the steel blade. We definitely want to get the light rank back on Ethlin eventually. The question is, do we want it now, or do we leave it on Arden for a little bit longer? I think we probably give it to Ethlin now. Arden got a good number of kills. Well, the problem is, right?
Peggy 3.
We want it on someone who's doing combat, and Ethlin is not someone who's doing combat, right? I think we definitely sell it from Arden. Maybe we give it, not Beowulf. I mean, Aranis probably, honestly, appreciates it.
Peggy 3.
I think if we're doing this grind, we turn animations off.
Peggy 3.
Oh, whoops. Okay, so Nisha. We go to the arena. Let's blacksmith first. Fix our fucking iron lance. And then we go to the arena.
Peggy 3.
Oh boy. Fun fact, you can manipulate RNG by swapping weapons. Yeah. There's a lot of silly stuff you can do with this game's RNG. Alright, we have reached the point in the grind where I'm putting on a TV show. And y'all are just gonna have to deal with the fact I'm not giving you the fucking full attention you deserve. Now the question is, do we mute FE4's audio so you just have the Garf Cart trailer? I think so. I think we mute the audio. Now I'm watching TV, you're watching Subway Surfers, and we're all grinding Lachesis up. Oh no, I'm being ignored, whatever will I do? I'm not very good at ignoring y'all. I hope you are aware. I will still engage. So, you know, that's gonna be a thing that happens, unfortunately. But, you know, it's just sort of how it's gotta be. I get distracted by you because I have fucking ADHD. And there's a fly on my screen. Being ignored feels just like home. Tee hee hee.
Peggy 3.
I prefer flies over mosquitoes.
Peggy 3.
True. They're all distracting. We only need to get her up to 20. You know, it could be worse. It could be worse.
Peggy 3. Peggy 3. Peggy 3.
What do you think is the worst bug? I think ticks and mosquitoes are the worst. I think it's gotta be ticks and mosquitoes. They're responsible for so much, disease, right? I had a teacher in high school who had Lyme's disease.
Peggy 3.
He was a interesting and weird person. So he was a high school teacher. He was like in his 50s, and he loved to make jokes about shit. He thought it was the funniest shit ever, like fecal matter, poop. So he would constantly make jokes about it, and because we were a bunch of fucking teenagers, we would also make those jokes, and we were like, Mr. G, you're the funniest shit ever. One time, I made a joke about piss, and he went ballistic. Because you don't joke about piss. You shouldn't joke about piss. And at first, I thought it was like playing up the bit. You know, like the whole don't you fucking swear thing, where someone will like pretend to be angry over something trivial while making it clear, like,
Peggy 3.
you know, they are not actually. We almost won the arena, that's silly. But no, he legitimately, like, it became clear eventually, like, oh, he's like legitimately very, very, very upset about the piss joke. We can only make scat jokes or sex jokes, because he would love sex jokes. His name was Mr. G. I'm not gonna say the full name for like doxing purposes, but it doesn't matter because he never went by it. He went by Mr. G, and everyone would joke about how when he retires, he's gonna build a castle made entirely out of naked women, kind of like how, you know, a gingerbread house is made out of gingerbread or whatever, and it would be named the G Spot because his name was Mr. G.
Peggy
And he loved that joke, but he doesn't like piss jokes. I don't know why. We still going strong. We're garf karting. Wait, the St. Jude's ad is on! That's a St. Jude's ad! Oh, that's so sad. Yo, that shit makes me cry every fucking time. That audio really gets to me. I mean, kid cancer, right? It's fucked up.
Peggy 3.
Someone being into only exactly half of bathroom humor and being enraged by the other half is so strange. It was more like 2/3, because he liked cum jokes and like sex jokes and stuff, right? Like that's the other part of bathroom humor, number 3. Because he made us read, so we had to read Moby Dick, but only the excerpts about whale semen. Because he thought they were funny. Which, in fairness, he was correct. They were fucking hilarious. Yo? Oh, close.
Peggy 3. Peggy 3.
What level is Lachesis? She's like 10, I think. We are not near the end of the grind yet. Another blank level up.
Peggy 3. Peggy 3.
This is the kind of gameplay that would make Emblem proud. I haven't killed off enough of my units. I feel like I haven't killed off enough of my units for that to be true. I once had an agriculture teacher who only spoke in haikus for a month because they thought it was funny. That sounds like it would get really annoying really fast. That's like Redditor humor.
Peggy 3.
Oh, we missed a village. I missed a village.
Peggy
Gotta get that
3.
village with Sylvia.
Peggy 3.
Who do I want to give the light brand to? Probably Aaron, right? Okay, where's Arden? Nisha can kill with 2 crits. Yeah, 2 crits or a crit and several dodges. Like, he can technically do it. If he doesn't get it by the time we finish the training arc, then, you know, sucks to suck, bitch.
Peggy 3. Peggy 3.
HP, strength, magic. Okay, that is a good one. He's nearly won a handful of times. I mean, should we run a poll? Should we run a poll, actually? Do you believe? Let's run a poll. Do you believe? Is Christmas gonna be canceled? Because if Nisha doesn't win, Christmas is canceled. He is the Christmas Cavalier after all. This is the war on Christmas.
Peggy 3.
I don't know. I think the doubters probably have it. I'm a doubter. I think I'm a doubt. Ooh, blue. I think I'm a doubter.
Peggy 3. Peggy 3.
Daniel is for Christmas. I mean, I believe I don't want Christmas to get canceled. But it's not up to me, it's Nisha who gets to choose. We're facing more
Peggy
ads.
3.
More advertisements.
Peggy 3. Peggy 3.
What is your favorite Fire Emblem song? Oh. Probably something from Fates. I think it's got the best OST. That's a tough one, though.
Peggy 3.
You Are the Oceans Play Waves. I mean, I do think it's kind of cool how they incorporate that into so many of the songs.
Peggy 3. Peggy 3.
We're gonna have to repair the heal
Peggy
staff
3.
soon. How's the training? We're just training up. We're just training up Lachesis. And then we'll be done. But for some reason, chat is like unhinged enough that they want to watch. They always want to watch this stuff when it's going down.
Peggy 3.
Like, I'm also just... I was more talkative during the last couple of grinds, which I think is why people are into them. It's 1 in the morning, and I've been streaming Fire Emblem 4 for, like, 6 hours? So the brain rot has happened, right?
Peggy 3.
It's time to go to bed. Good night! This is the meat and potatoes of the game. I mean, I could use speed up, but isn't it so much funnier to watch Garf Kart for 7 billion years? 6 hours, just one map. Some of that was resets, but like, it was still long.
Peggy 3.
I guess we could move Sylvia up here to be faster, but I feel like the amount of time we would save by having Sylvia up here would be countered by the amount of time it costs to move her, right?
Peggy 3.
Oh, we got 1 crit. Dodge? He did not dodge. Every time we get a crit, it's exciting.
Peggy 3.
Strength, skill, luck.
Peggy 3.
Typical niching. Where's the... Wait. Oh, we need the... Okay, hold on. We need the GIF.
Peggy 3.
Where's the, oh, I need the Nisha fans when he crits. There's a GIF I wanted to put on screen. I found it, okay.
Peggy 3.
Okay, OBS. This is important.
Peggy 3.
How about this? How about this, gamers? Chat has been replaced by Noish now. So,
Peggy 3.
enjoy. I guess what I could do is this. What if you're on this side? If you're hanging out over here, right? There we go. Okay. I think that is good.
Peggy 3.
This is very watchable. This is very watchable, I swear. This is incredibly watchable content.
Peggy 3.
It's true. Alec fans will deny it, but it's true.
Peggy 3.
Now this is streaming. The best part is that the chat messages are basically only readable when we're on the map. Because, like, the arena and everything is way too dark, and I'm not adjusting the text color. We dodged. We dodged again.
Peggy 3.
Yo, did the Noah's GIF empower him? No, it did not. The GIF did not empower him. Chat has been replaced. He's gathering energy.
Peggy 3.
I like the fucking puppy. The fucking puppy. That's making me lose my mind. Alright. Time for another war on Christmas, or defense of Christmas. We're the Christmas defense force. We're killing the Grinch. Powdering his spirit bomb. He needs puppy power. HP, strength, skill, speed. That's what I'm talking about. Man, you lost your mind hours ago. Honestly true.
Peggy 3.
Dodge? He won't dodge.
Peggy 3. Peggy 3.
I'm hungry. I feel like I need to make myself some food. You know what, chat? I'm gonna go make food. Y'all, hold down the fort. Y'all hold down the fort. I'm gonna go make food. Keep watching Garf Card. It's important.
Peggy 3.
Okay, I'm back. I got ravioli to put in the microwave, chat. How's that? How's that for content?
Peggy 3.
I spilled some of the sauce on my chair. I gotta clean it. Alright. Let's go back to, Nisha Gaming. It's pronounced Nisha. I keep saying no-ish, because that's just, like, what I'm used to, because I'm uneducated. Ravioli Gaming. It is Chef Boyardee. You're correct.
Peggy 3.
This is like such a fun chill stream. This is I'm having a lot of fun. It's just nice and chill and unhinged.
Peggy 3.
Dodge? Yes? Crit? No. Okay, dodge. Crit? Dodge? No! We were so close. He just needs 2 crits. It'll happen eventually, I promise.
Peggy 3.
Alright, arena time. I'm gonna go get my ravioli from the microwave. The microwave.
Peggy 3.
Ravioli. That wound doesn't look pretty.
Peggy 3.
Did you end up finishing Mario Kart? I mean, I don't think Mario Kart can be finished. You know, it's not really one of those games, but I have not done the 150cc relays, and I haven't unlocked mirror mode yet. But I will be streaming that. I will be streaming the relays and the mirror mode. I finished all the Grand Prix. We gotta repair this. It's broken lance.
Peggy 3. Peggy 3. Peggy 3.
Are you gonna fix his lance? I did. Yeah, I did. It would be funny if I didn't though, right? It would be funny if I didn't.
Peggy 3. Peggy 3.
Are we close? 16. He's gonna reincarnate as a lotus flower.
Peggy 3.
This is tasty ravioli to watch while Nisha continuously fails.
Peggy 3.
Bink, bink, bink. The dog. I looked over at the dog.
Peggy 3.
My TV show's almost over. That's how long we've been grinding just the silent grind. Kind of absurd. We'll be done eventually.
Peggy 3.
I haven't looked at the poll results yet. Do we have more believers or haters? 94% believers! Holy shit, Nisha. Nisha, you got fans.
Peggy 3.
Who's the heretic?
Peggy 3.
Yeah, it was good food. I just noticed the Garfield card. Isn't the audio playing? Isn't the Garfield card audio playing? I thought the audio was playing. It is. Did you think that was FE4 sounds? Go, Nisha, go.
Peggy 3.
I'm just ignoring it. Whoops.
Peggy 3.
Danny's going to go to sleep dreaming of the dog dancing. The dog is so epic. The dog is so epic.
Peggy 3.
Well, my show's over, so I gotta watch a new TV episode. This is what you're making me do for Nisha Gaming. It's worth it, though.
Peggy 3.
Dodge?
3.
No. Crit? No. Dodge? Crit? Dodge? Is this another Mario Kart stream? No, this is Fire Emblem 4.
Peggy 3.
I wonder what the actual odds of you winning are. This will eventually be turned into an Ice Rider video, so if you're watching this Ice Rider video, please calculate the odds of Nisha winning. He needs to get 2 crits. Like, 2 crits in a row does it. And I think that's the most likely scenario instead of dodging a bunch of 80s.
Peggy 3.
Shoutouts to viewers, hi. Bold of you to think the viewers will even be able to read chat, given the terrible, terrible setup. Given just how TikTok this is. What is Ice Rider? Ice Rider is my second channel. It's where stream clips and Let's Plays go, so that they don't clog up the main channel. The main channel is where my sort of like more analytical videos go. Stuff like Unit Review, SRPG Sapphics, game reviews, ROM hack reviews. We need to see his skill to calculate his chance. You should be able to tell what his skill is just by vibes. Optimal setup.
Peggy 3.
Here. He's a 10%. He has a 10% crit chance. And he just keeps not critting.
Peggy 3.
I don't know. It looks like Nisha's not gonna. I'm a doubter. I've been a doubter since day one, but I'm an extra doubter now.
Peggy 3.
You make me sad. The number go up technology. He will simply crit and avoid. Peggy 3.
Peggy 3.
Peggy 3. September 10th. He comes out the day before 9/11 so we can do a Garfield Kart 9/11 stream.
Peggy 3. Peggy
Well, I
3.
think we're done. I think it's unfortunately Christmas is canceled. I think these next two heals do it, right? Should we give him one more chance? Should we give him one more chance, gamers? Oh, I think he automatically gets one more chance. It looks like he needs more than 2 heals.
Peggy 3.
Alright, this is it. This is the last chance before Christmas is canceled forever. This is the last chance before Christmas is no longer a national holiday.
Peggy 3.
Dodge? Well, this is what Kaga intended. Kaga hates Christmas. This is a well-known fact.
Peggy 3.
It's a less than 1% chance. I'm not surprised. This guy's a fucking clown. I think we're donezos, right?
Peggy
Is
3.
this just like looking at everyone? I think we've done. Oh, right! Beowulf needs to go. I forgot Beowulf needs to go to the arena. Well, that's a good thing I checked.
Peggy 3.
I guess we have to get rid of the Nisha now, right? We're no longer Nisha gaming, so we get rid of that GIF. And that means that chat can move back to your proper position. I'm gonna hear Peggy 3
Peggy 3.
in my dreams tonight. Oh my god. Subway Surfers chip is too short. I mean, if anyone has a longer one, that you can send to me, send the link. Oh wait, no, you can't post links in chat.
Peggy 3.
Yo, Beowulf, can you fucking... Thanks, buddy. I don't want to think about the damage this has done to my brain. I am a net negative on society now. Are you gonna put this on Ice Rider like the Marth training? Yeah, it's the third in the trilogy. We had Marth, we had Merida, and now we have Lachesis, the Nisha archetype.
Peggy 3.
Alright, let's see. 4, 7, 3, 1. I think we're good.
Peggy 3.
I think we're good. Alright. So, I see chat is asking, can we see her promote? I really don't want to walk her all the way across the freaking screen. Let me turn off Subway Surfers and turn the sound back on. So, we'll get her promotion at the start of the next chapter, which will be next stream. Let's make sure... Oh, right! There's a village we didn't visit. I'm glad I checked. Lord Edain has been a sincere and righteous man, but alas, his sincerity has never been welcomed in the ears of Chagall. That's gotta be why he was locked up. Please, for the good of all Augustria, help Lord Edain. I can hear my thoughts again and not just Peggy 3.
Peggy 3.
Deirdre? Oh, thank the gods you're all right. The enemy captured and imprisoned me, but I knew you would come for me no matter what. So that's the casual mode cutscene. Milady. Wait, okay, so we have another translation error. I'll be for real. The translation patch seems to have a lot of issues. Like, in addition to the subjective stuff where I just don't like some of the choices they made, this is Alva's line. He's saying it to Lachesis. It's in her speech bubble, though. Milady, we three shall leave to Nordion. Before we leave, however, we have something for you. This ring will help... Like, what is this? This ring will help you fight more like a mounted knight. Put it on and it will allow you to keep moving after fighting or healing. I know it'll prove highly useful for you. Take care, milady. How did they somehow flop the speech bubbles and the mouths? That's so weird. Sire, King Chagall survived the battle. He was badly wounded. He's currently being attended to by a royal priest. From what I heard, somebody pulled him from the battlefield and he was defeated. Who in the world would have done that? It was me, Sigurd. I rescued King Chagall and preserved the life of the last survivor of the Augusti dynasty. No matter how unwise his decisions, no matter how ill his temper, I cannot sit in silence and allow my liege to die. Edain, you're safe! Thank the gods, I've been looking everywhere for you since I heard you've been arrested. I suppose I was, but what is the meaning of this, Sigurd? Why is your army swarming the capital the first thing I see upon release? where are reports saying your castles are now under the rule of Granville officers, as if we were a mere tributary state. I'm indisposed for barely any time at all, only to find Granville has made itself at home in Augustria behind my back? There better be a damn good explanation for all this, Sigurd, or there will be consequences. I'm so sorry, Eldigan. You're absolutely right. None of this makes any sense to me either. As if out of nowhere, the entirety of Augustria suddenly turned and attacked us. We had no choice. In order to remain with my army for the time being, to maintain peace and order. Eldigan, please, I know this is a dreadful situation, but 1 year is all I need. I can restore my country's peace to normal and repair our diplomatic ties, but only if I'm allowed the time to do it. Once our time is through, we'll leave your country with no objections. My king and I will pledge our word. I suppose I've little choice but to take you at your word. Very well, you have your year. I shall relocate the king to the northern Medino castle for his own protection. I'll also leave my cross knight station at Fort Silvalia. Offer even the slightest provocation and your forces will have us to answer to. Remember, I'm holding you to your word. Break your promise and we'll break you. Do I make myself clear, Sigurd? Of course. You know, I'm not about to betray you. Please, Eldigan, you have to trust me. And that is chapter 2 finished. We will start chapter 3 next time. But we're done. We're done. 189 turns. And Nisha never won the arena. The doubters win.